Introduce.
nearer it comes, filling every marrow with pride. A sort of sneaking round, a freaking round, along to see the moonlight hail. Every night, when you dim the light, you can hear the bogey wail.
See that moon, oh, hear that tune, oh, moaning, groaning, oh, so scary through the lonely cemetery. Shades of white, shades of white, through the night, swinging, playing, prancing, ghostly goblins gaily dancing, skip and hop, oh, never stop, oh, from the place where they are hiding, slipping, gliding, they come gliding, short and tall, see them all, shake like skeleton at that skeleton rag, oh, that skeleton rag, that goblin rag, it sounds so weepy, creepy, solemn, serious, see them wiggle and wag, singing, with that one comes the light, hooray, 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 oh, that skeleton rag, they pull it and rag above their epitaph with laugh delirious, some ghostly gag, in that moany, groany, phony skeleton rag.
Don't you hear the church bell tolling? Well, a trifling man is dead. Mama cut him out, he rolling. Got that rascal to the head. Six Barbara, take him on his last go round. Six Barbara, take him on his last go round.
Bone bounces the image back. Bounces it back. This new program's incredible. 2 more years development and we won't even have to dig anymore.
Where's the fun in that?
It's a little distorted, but I don't think it's the computer.
Oh. Postmortem contraction of the posterior neck ligaments. Velociraptor?
Yeah, it's good shape, too. It's 5, 6 feet high, I'm guessing 9 feet long. Look at the extraordinary...
What'd you do?
He touched it. Dr. Grant's not mission compatible.
They got it in for me. Look at the half-moon-shaped bones in the wrist. It's no wonder these guys learn how to fly.
That doesn't look very scary. More like a 6-foot turkey.
Turkey,
Turkey.
Well, maybe dinosaurs have more in common with present-day birds than they do with reptiles.
Look at the pubic bone, turned backward, just like a bird. Look at the vertebrae, full of air sacs and hollows,
More
just like a bird.
6-foot turkey. Turkey.
Six-foot turkey. Turkey. 6-foot turkey. Okay. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. You get your first look at this 6-foot turkey as you enter a clearing.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Very happy early Halloween to you. I'm glad you're here. Today, we're going to talk about bats. Might as well, before Halloween, right? Anyway, but before we get to that, let me introduce myself real quick. We'll kind of catch up for a little bit, check on the 3D printer, all that good stuff. Then we'll get into the chiropteran subject matter for the day. Bats. Anyway, if it's your very first time here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. Let me introduce myself real quick. For people like you, GON98, thank you for the follow 15 minutes ago. I appreciate it. For you and anybody else whose first time it might be here, welcome. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Now, hopefully you know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, so I'm definitely not an expert on bats. But I want to emphasize that paleontology is the study of fossils in general, not just dinosaurs. Dinosaurs might be what I work on, what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up during the summers. The past 2 summers, we're actually live streaming that, which has been super awesome. Live streaming dinosaur digs in Wyoming and Utah, but anyway. Right now, I'm in my office here in the San Francisco Bay Area, and this is where we do science outreach live streams 4 days a week, talking about natural history, talking about kind of the rise and evolution of life on Earth, talking about extinction and natural selection and biodiversity and conservation and all that good stuff. Fossil science, paleontology, gives us a really kind of unique perspective on the world around us, and I'm here to share that with you to the best of my ability. So, welcome to Paleontologizing, and let me know if you've got any questions. I'll do my very best to answer them. 3D printer's making some noise. What's going on over there? We're already off to a bad start. Hang on, let me go attend to this. All right, hopefully it cooperates here. Anyway, yeah, we're talking about bats today. And we're going to be learning about bats together because I am not an expert on fossil mammals or extant mammals or bats in particular, so this is going to be fun. It's going to be a good one. The fossil history of bats is fascinating and mysterious, too. We'll talk about why. Creatures we understand a bit more, are some relatives of bats, and you might be seeing one in just a moment here. Hello, sweetie pie. What are you doing? Cats. It didn't take you long to get here, huh? My goodness. Anyway, and Taja Mario says, I heard nice things about you from Julie. So poking my head to check things out because dinosaurs are cool. Well, thank you, Taja. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, I'm sure Sweetie Pie also appreciates it. Huh, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Cat sounds like bat, and thus the Sweetie is summoned. Yes. Sweetie Pie, she always loves to be here during streams. She loves to just block my main camera like this, which is why we've got the cat cam. Anyway, yeah. Petrodactylus says, I think my family's chihuahua might be part bat. Well, it's not super distantly related from bats in the grand scheme of things. We'll be talking about where bats fit in on the grand tree of life, where they fit in within mammalia. And they are pretty close to carnivora, to the carnivorous mammals, those with carnassial teeth. Dogs and cats and lions and tigers and bears. Oh my. And Cyber Nebula, thank you for the follow. Thanks for dropping in there. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anywho, Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? Here, let's also check on our 3D printer. I'm printing something for SVP right here. The Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting.
Pumped together in one vast supercontinent.
And Lonely CPU Gaming. Thank you, thank you.
Soon occupied every corner of that world.
I appreciate the 4 months of support. Thank you so much for the Prime there, Lonely CPU Gaming. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. Anywho, I figured since Halloween is coming up, bats would be an excellent topic for today. We'll get to that in a little bit, but first let me attend to the cat here. Sweetie Pie, would you like some treats?
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaur.
Thank you, Mad Vixen, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that, Mad Vixen. Thank you for the support. Followed for the cat and paleontology. Cyber Nebula, thank you for that. Did you hear that, Sweetie Pie? You're a big draw here. People love you. Yeah. All right, let's get you some treats. Oh, yeah. There we go. Yeah, we'll start off with 4 right there. And we'll see where that takes us. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Co-host of the stream. There you go, Terminator Pig. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Sweetie Pie is very sweet. And pretty hungry this afternoon. Dandy, he, him, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, Dandy. Rahab Mahakala, good to see you as well. Terminator Pig, Squiggles, Lenina, Claire Burr, Tommy Ploticus, Casey Snowart, Taja, Petrodactylus, Gamer Tragic. How's everybody doing? And Matt M33.
I do enjoy these Paleontologizing streams.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate it, and so does Sweetie Pie. Oh, Sweetie Pie. And what is this? Murph?
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
It has indeed, Murph.
For almost a year of excellent science content, Paleo salute.
Thank you, Murph. I appreciate that tremendously. Tier 3 right there. Holy cow. Extraordinary. It is truly impressive. Murph has been such a wonderful patron to this community. And Murph, you know how much I appreciate you, but I just want to say it again. Thank you for helping keep us on the air. Thank you for helping sustain this mission of science outreach here for, yes, almost a whole year. Murph, appreciate you. I really do. But yeah. And Zertron says, I think you were on TV this morning here in Cincy briefly. Anyway, the story was about the fossils you dug this summer being delivered to the zoo center.
These bits earmarked for cat treats, Julie Tehi.
Thank you, Taja, Marlo. I really appreciate that. Those 100 bits. Let's give some more to Sweetie here. But Zertron, that's interesting. How would they have gotten footage of me? We were collecting fossils for the museum in Cincinnati this summer. Did they have some footage from one of my VODs or something like that? Interesting, Zertron. I've never actually been to Cincinnati, so if it was in-person footage, then that definitely wasn't me. But, yeah. Anyhow. Sweetie Pie, do you want some more treats? Of course you do. Yeah, come here. Let's get you a few more. Here you go. Look at those. Excellent. Step the one. Look, they're right here. Oh, good stuff. Crunch those up. Good for your teeth. Yeah. Zertron, if we could find that video, if it's on YouTube or something, that would be phenomenal, you know? Yeah. Saw a dude with a beard briefly in the shot. That might have been Cameron. He was on our field crew. We didn't get him on stream very often, but I'll see if I can find footage of him. He was at Turtle Hill pretty much the whole time, and while he and the Cincy crew were there, I didn't spend much time at Turtle Hill. Not till the end of June did I really spend any appreciable time at the Turtle Hill site. But let's see here. And whoop, Oscar Juniors.
Here's some objects. Gorgeous
Thank you for that, Oscar Juniors.
Because though they died out so long ago, their fossil bones remain, so we know just what they were like and can even sculpt them into still, or rather extinct, life.
Oscar Juniors.
I have a cat of my own who walks in front of my webcam when I'm working online.
They love to do that, don't they? Thank you for the 17 months of support. Thank you for the Prime, Oscar Juniors. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. And, Sweetie Pie is grateful too, even if she doesn't always know how to express it. Yeah. Here, I'm hearing more sounds from the 3D printer, and it's acting up again. Let me go check on that. Oh, sweetie pie. We'll see if that does it. Cross your fingers that the printer cooperates, but it might be the sort of thing where it's not going to cooperate today. We'll see. But, anyway. Yeah, printer thinks it's Friday. I know, there you go, Lou Louch. And there you go, Rahab. That's, yeah, I've heard of this before, that, it's called mirroring behavior. I used to live with a cat who would always eat dinner at the same time that I would sit down to eat dinner. Because, like, oh, well, it's time to eat dinner now. There's Danny eating dinner. I'm gonna go eat my food at the same time. Even though the food is out all day. Mirroring behavior is what I've heard it's called, but I'm not a psychologist. So, anywho, and your cat's like that too? Nice. Anywho, let's see here. See if we can find one of those broadcasts from when I was at Turtle Hill. Must be here. Actually, day 24 seems a little late. This would be after the Cincy crew left. It would be before then. Fossil plants, fish, and dinosaurs. This has got to be it here. I'll see if we can find leaves like this. Just gorgeous. Footage with Cameron here.
Beautiful. You see those veins on there?
What happened to our closed captions? What's going on with that? Hang on a minute. Closed captions. Subtitles. Options. Background color. How do I go back to transparent? Oh, it's got to be the font color is off. You override off. No, it's got to be opacity. What's going on with the opacity here? 25%. See, 100%. That's what we want. That was weird.
Lovely. Yeah. Some special stuff. This is a really neat site. Take a look at this one right here. 73 million.
Here we go. There's Cameron right there. He was probably the one that you saw in the video in Cincinnati.
It's all the crud that's on top that you got to dig through in order to get to the good stuff.
Yeah.
We were working a Leptoceratops bone bed in the Hell Creek, and we found an arrowhead like 20 feet from the site. Very quietly put it back and didn't tell anybody, because you don't want that kind of smoke, you know. Yeah. But yeah.
Scoot back a little bit here.
Oh, beautiful. Do you want to come just a little bit this way? Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, perfect.
Jesse right there. Let's see.
Nice.
Did
Yeah,
we
look at that
get?
leaf right there. Holy cow.
Anyway, here's Cameron working right here.
It's not like we're tunneling into the side of the hill. We're creating these nice planes like this, like Cameron's doing here.
What you're doing?
Yeah. Slow, painstaking work. Almost kind of like how an archaeologist works. You know, that's them's fighting words, but yeah. But yeah, it is slow and painstaking. You want a nice clean surface like that. You want to do what some people call a planned excavation. You know, going from the top down so that you can see everything from above. Yeah.
It certainly helps when you're looking at a bed of disarticulated bones that
Yeah,
are so fragile.
for
And
sure.
Rahab, if you've got a video of that, I'd love to see it. Can you provide a link? Yeah. And Zertron,
Everyone at home is really.
I was going to go to the museum in Cincinnati last year for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, our big global meeting for paleontologists who study animals with bones. Unfortunately, it was the same exact weekend as TwitchCon, and so since SVP was going to cost me about $2,000 to attend, I chose to go to TwitchCon instead, where they had comped my ticket, and everything was going to be a lot less expensive. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Does that make sense? I hope it does, but I'd love to go. It's a beautiful museum, and some of the fossils there are ones that I helped excavate. You know, I collected some of those fossils. So, one of these days I'll go there, and hopefully I'll do some streams. But, yeah. Anyway. Sweetie Pie, what are you doing staring into Chatter's souls? What's the meaning of that, huh? Why are you doing that? Let me push the camera around some more. I love doing that so much, she says. And so far so good with the printer? Excellent. Yeah. She's judging us as Freaky Feline. Yeah, she does that sometimes. She's contemplating the mysteries of the universe. Leave her be. Okay. We'll let her do that, huh, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. Let me show you what I'm printing right now, by the way. I mentioned this earlier, and I'm going to keep mentioning this. I'm going to sound like a broken record here. But, at the end of the month, I'm going to be attending the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting in Minneapolis, and I've got a bunch of stuff that I've got to get ready before I can do that. One of the things that I'm going to be doing is, attending the, well, contributing things to the annual auction. So this is a fundraiser auction where all of the different items are donated by members of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. So these items are donated and then they're auctioned off to provide funds for our society. Please start today by gathering items to donate for the auction. No item is too small or unusual. These may include fossil replicas, books, souvenirs, vintage items, tools, reprints, artwork, toys, t-shirts, knickknacks. Use your imagination. Fossils will not be accepted. MSAT, thank you for the subscription right there.
Let's protect
Holy
our
cow.
forests, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
I appreciate that, MSAT. Holy cow, that is a recurring subscription right there. Thank you very, very much for that pledge of ongoing support. I really appreciate it. Sorry we've got a cat in the way right now. But, yeah. Good stuff. Really appreciate that, MSAT. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. Thanks for the great content and the cats. You're welcome. With any luck, we might have several cats on today's stream. We'll see if we can get Mini Pie or even Moon Pie to appear. Moon Pie has a face that kind of looks like a bat. Like a bat's face, rather. If we are super, super lucky, maybe she will make an appearance. But anyway.
And it's therefore likely that we're here
Fiend,
today because,
thank you.
by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Almost a year. I've followed for a bit longer. I love the science, even when it's not about dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are still my favorite.
My favorite
Thursday
too.
Birds Day has been looking for birds to take pictures of.
I really appreciate you saying that, Lady Fiend. I'm so glad that you found these streams meaningful and that you support them financially. Thank you so much for the 11 months of support here. I would not be able to do this without good folks like you, so thank you, Lady Fiend. I really appreciate it. Anywho, here's some things that people have, Oh, I guess these are for this year. Excellent. Well, I am currently 3D printing another item to go into the SVP auction. And it's this. The original jaw of Megalosaurus bucklandi right here. Shoot, I actually still have to contact the museum at Oxford and make sure that that's okay that I donate this, but I'm printing it right now. I've got another one right here that I printed for myself a long time ago. There we go. I'll show you on the desk camera here. There we are. And, yeah, I'm going to be printing... Well, I'm currently printing another one for the SVP auction. So, as long as it prints correctly, I think it'll be really nice. It might even fetch a couple $100 for the society, which would be really neat. Yeah. Terminator Pig says, do they keep growing teeth? They do indeed. Yeah. Here, I'll show you a clip. Let's see.
University, the tooth raised more questions than...
Whoop, and we got to go back a little bit, actually. Yeah.
Bones there. Bones and ancient creatures.
Incredibly acute.
Back in the middle of the 19th century, the science of paleontology, the study of old bones and ancient creatures, was just being invented. A few pioneer anatomists and dedicated amateurs began finding a few teeth here, a couple of bones there, that they recognized as clues to the existence of a world far older than anyone had imagined.
There we go. There's Buckland.
One man, William Buckland, was the first dinosaur detective. He had just one clue, a gigantic tooth which he acquired in 1817.
Yeah.
To what sort of animal did such an enormous tooth belong? No such creature or teeth that size exist today. Buckland had a tooth, but nothing else, nothing to compare it with.
These fellows back there in the early part of the last century had nothing to go on. Nobody knew that there were any such animals that ever existed on Earth.
Right.
They find a little thing like that. Is that what he started with? Something like that? And he says from that he builds a model of a dinosaur?
He
Come
does.
on now.
He does. And the way he did it is elegant. It's beautiful.
That's got to be one of the great detective stories of all time.
And he had two lines of detective work. And there's the same two lines we had today. He had the line of what animal today has teeth most like this one? And Buckland had there in the collection of the Royal College of Surgeons jaws of lizards, meat-eating lizards, like this. This is one from India. I've been bitten by this species. Really gives you a nasty wound. So Buckland said this jaw is a gigantic version of this type of jaw. And he's right. There is a distant affinity in evolution between lizards and dinosaurs, and mechanically they're quite similar.
Buckland deduced from its shape that the tooth must belong to a giant lizard, similar but much bigger than anything on Earth today. His gigantic lizard's tooth had just one function, to kill.
And his argument, which is exactly right, is that this strong curvature on the leading edge and a concavity on the trailing edge allows the weapon to cut across its prey, just as a cavalryman strikes down with the curved tip, getting a long wound. You can look
now,
at...
what did that tell him?
It told him that this animal killed, not like a lion or a tiger, by biting once in the throat or behind the neck. This animal killed like a giant lizard would kill, making long cuts in the body of its prey, long, jagged cuts, and the prey would be weakened by loss of blood and trauma.
Buckland's genius was to imagine the tooth in the jaws of a full-size prehistoric reptile. With just one clue, he could deduce that this monster killer was 40 feet long and had the bulk of an elephant, and he was surprisingly accurate.
Not quite 40 feet, but, you know, He's not off by an order of magnitude or anything. Oh boy, poor Iguanodon. The funny thing is, these two dinosaurs never actually would have encountered each other because Megalosaurus is from the late Jurassic and Iguanodon is from the early Cretaceous, but they didn't realize that at the time. And there you go, Ricodactylus, yeah.
For Buckland, a teacher at Oxford University, the tooth raised more questions than it answered. Where
And Casey Snowart says, pretty good guesswork when there's no existing standard to deduce anything from. Exactly. No, absolutely. When we're talking about the earliest history of dinosaur paleontology back in Victorian times, back in the early part of the 19th century, nobody had any idea what a dinosaur was. Like, this is a totally new concept. These fossils are they're being studied scientifically for the first time. This is, you know, absolutely cutting edge science. This is a totally new frontier. And they only had a very few elements to work from. So for Megalosaurus in particular, all that Buckland had was that lower jaw right there. This one right here. I don't even know if he had the upper jaw like this. I don't think he actually did. He had a vertebra, hips, femur, tibia, some like upper metatarsals, and some vertebrae. Nobody had ever seen a dinosaur before. He realized, A, that this is not a big mammal or anything, but a kind of reptile. And so his first thought is a lizard. But unlike lizards today that have limbs that sprawl out to the sides, you know, rather than assuming that the animal had a sprawling gait with the legs out to the sides, like a lizard does, he realized that it must have an erect, upright gait, the legs directly underneath the body like that, because that's the shape of the femur. The femoral head fits into the hip socket at a right angle. I can't even do that with my arm properly. I guess I gotta go like this. It fits in like that, and swings back and forth. And so he knew that the animal had an upright stance. And so he surmised that this animal would have looked something like this. I have this model here in my room, actually. He didn't have it right. This animal would have looked much more like Tyrannosaurus, you know, or like Allosaurus, critter like that. You know, much more like this in life. But still, it's remarkable that he was able to figure that much out, that, you know, this animal at least walked upright. That's a, you know, pretty remarkable insight that he had there. So yeah, I hope that makes sense.
Fit into the scheme of God's creation. What sort of animal was it?
Yeah, there you go, Casey's Snowart now.
With a 19th century passion for order, Buckland concluded that the tooth so like a lizard must have belonged to a huge reptile.
Yep.
He named it, as we still do of all new dinosaur finds today, from the Greek. He called it Megalosaurus, giant reptile.
Anyway,
but Buckland
was controversial at the
man
time.
Of God. The church insisted that the earth was thousands of years old. Buckland's Megalosaurus tooth was definitely millions of years old. At the time of the biblical flood, 2 of every species were saved. Nothing God had created could die out. But if his megalosaur had existed, why wasn't it on the ark?
Yeah. Maybe because that story isn't supposed to be taken literally, you know? And thank you, Trek. I appreciate that.
While the choir rejoiced, the early dinosaur detectives viewed Genesis as a guide, not a literal timetable of life on Earth.
Which is how modern theologians see it too.
Man, that Earth, the heavens, the creatures on Earth were created 4,000 years ago. How in the world did they reconcile that? Wasn't there
There you go, Casey's nowhere near.
turmoil in their community?
There wasn't. It was a surprise. It is true that the Anglican...
And Bakker's not entirely correct about this, actually. There's a wonderful book about this for anybody who would like an in-depth kind of treatise on the subject. I'm still reading about it. I'm halfway through right now, but it's called Impossible Monsters by Michael Taylor. Highly recommend. Very well written, excellent scholarship. Just the notes and in the back plus the index are like, they're a sizable chunk of the book. It's impressive. I mean, holy cow. So I'm right here. Try not to lose my spot. But all of this right here is bibliography, notes, index. This is a pretty impressive work of scholarship here. It's like a solid third of the book is the homework stuff at the end, you know? Anyway, highly recommend. Good stuff. And the prose is excellent, too. Like, it's gracefully written.
Church has produced more great paleontologists than any other organized religion. But they weren't vulgar creationists. They didn't believe the world was created 4004 BC. Not these men. They believed the Bible was a powerful document, spiritually correct. But they believed the story of Genesis allowed enormous room for the mind of man to understand God's law, natural law.
And that's not entirely correct. There are certain, they call themselves natural philosophers or natural historians. The word scientist, let alone paleontologist, wasn't really in wide use yet. But anyway, some of them kind of had this perspective that Bakker is describing here, and some of them were much more rigid in their interpretation of the Bible. Like, oh, it has to be literally true, and if the evidence contradicts that, well, then the evidence must be correct. My own eyes must be lying.
To the global and
that
serious game of paleontology.
Kind of, similar to like modern day young Earth creationists. Embodied Revenant, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontology.
They fully believe natural law operated for a long time to give us these creatures. And they also saw God's hand in the sequence of fossils. Here were dinosaurs, animals that combine features of rhinos and lizards and crocodiles and even a bit of bird thrown in. And before them were amphibians, frog-like salamander animals. And after the dinosaurs came the brightest and best, the highest class, our class, the class
mammals.
Wreaking his prehistoric fury on modern man.
Grindhouse. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
So they saw a progression, an increase in the perfection of organic creation.
Today, most of us have no problem reconciling science and religion. Nearly everyone accepts that our planet is millions of years old. But while we can comprehend hundreds, even thousands of years, and marvel at ancient civilizations, I, for one, have great difficulty, even as did our early dinosaur detectives, in imagining the concept of life over millions of years.
And, Flesh Ebola, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, anyway, he's got a neat metaphor for time here.
200 million years ago. Well, perhaps I can use, in this great modern city of New York, the giant World Trade Center to give us some perspective on that vast expanse of time.
So this hasn't aged as well as it could, but anyway, yeah. The point is, the Megalosaurus jaw was a big deal, you know? This was... That jaw right there helped kickstart the science of dinosaur paleontology. Buckland was studying this before the word dinosaur existed. It wasn't coined until 1842. He published Megalosaurus in 1824. That was 200 years ago this year. Which is why this is such an important specimen and why it's so relevant even today, especially this year, you know? That's why I'm 3D printing a copy of this to donate to the SVP auction, and, yeah. Excited about it. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Night Ski says, very interesting. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing, by the way, Night Ski. Good to have you here. Today's topic is not Megalosaurus, though. It's bats. So, let's start talking about bats a little bit. Bats are these wonderful mammals that are, I think, often underappreciated, much maligned. There's so many misperceptions about bats, especially around Halloween. These are seen as spooky animals. I mean, we associate them with the night, with darkness and mystery, and sometimes foreboding. But they can also be very cute animals. We'll talk about that too.
Terrible lizards.
Glass Sandplane, thank you for the follow. Hello. So let's talk about bats a little bit. I'm going to be learning a lot as well, because I don't study bats. I study dinosaurs. I am by no means an expert on this subject. We're going to be doing some learning together. I do know a few things about bats, and I'll be sharing some of those with you today. Let's take a look at this video right here as a nice little kind of primer on why bats are so fascinating, and then we'll get into the fossil history of bats, their evolution and ecology, and all that good stuff. Let's start off with this video from Science Friday that I think you'll really like. Nomad Soul says they are the ancestors of Batman. Very funny. But yeah, Rahab Mahakala says in Asian culture, which Asian cultures? Bats are symbols of luck, and in Mesoamerica, they were highly revered as patrons of hunters. Interesting. As flying animals, they always have captured the imagination of human beings. They still do today. But, yeah, in China specifically. Interesting, Rahab. Okay. Cool. Yeah.
Before we had high-speed video, people had this view that bat flight was just kind of a minor variant of bird flight. But what we've found over and over again is how unbelievably maneuverable these animals are.
This is so cool.
Being able to manipulate their wings and their bodies in such a way that they can adjust and they can maneuver really boggles the mind.
A bat wing framed by the skeleton allows bats to have a kind of control over a three-dimensional shape that would be impossible for any other kind of flying animal.
Well, we do have a pretty good idea that pterosaurs may have had something very similar kind of control. Bats are very different from birds in many different aspects of their anatomy. They come from completely different ancestors. You know, birds evolved from dinosaurs. Bats evolved from little, almost kind of mousy mammals. And they've got very different wing structures. Here, before we continue with this, let's take a look at some figures. So the wing of a bird is fairly simple skeletally. You got your humerus, your radius and ulna, your carpals, and your phalanges. In bats, it almost seems a bit more complex. Given that their fingers actually stretch out to form the wing membrane. In birds, their feathers are forming that membrane right there, that wing surface. And the feathers are replaceable. The feathers can be individually manipulated by the bird. Well, many of the feathers can anyway. In order to, like, change the shape of the wing structure. Bats do this with their fingers, because they've got skin stretched between those fingers, and that's what forms their wing. Here's a nice figure of this, too. Oh, I like this a lot. What's neat is that all the bones are homologous. between birds and bats, and between bats and us, too. Bat wings are actually more similar to human arms than they are to bird wings. But anyway, it's the same bones. This is a concept that we call homology. I'll type that into the chat for you. Homology. That just means that these are the same structures, modified for different purposes. I'll show you a quick clip of this, too, to really hammer it home. There we go. We'll find it here. Homology. And we will jump into...
In the 19th century, he was fortunate to be an anatomist in an age of discovery.
This is Richard Owen. The same guy who coined the word dinosaur in 1842. He's one of those early dinosaur hunters like Walter Cronkite was talking about in that other clip. You had William Buckland and Gideon Mantell and Richard Owen. Richard Owen was like the big cheese. He was the head natural historian, maybe you could say, at the Natural History Museum in London.
And so people were coming back to London with new and oddball creatures for him to analyze. And in analyzing all the different creatures, he found common patterns.
Although the overall shape and structure of each limb was very different, he started to see that there was an underlying theme.
Batwing. There's a
It was
cat
as if
arm.
The same set of bones was being squashed or extended to perform
Crocodile.
different functions.
They are the same bones.
Here's a dog. Dogs, run and jump. What do you have? One bone.
Humerus.
Two bones.
Radius ulna.
Little bones.
Carpals.
And then the digits, the equivalents of the fingers or toes.
Phalanges.
And, of course, here's a bird. Its limb has been modified into a wing, and it has one bone, two bones, lots of bones, and then digits.
Yep.
The amazing fact is, in each of these creatures, the skeletal architecture is largely the same as ours.
Because we all inherited it from the same
Utterly
ancestor.
surprising
Yeah.
is that the skeleton of every animal walking the earth today has this fundamental pattern of
Every
one
tetrapod,
bone,
at least.
two bones, little bones.
Every animal with bones.
Owen didn't know why creatures had that pattern. It was a mystery to him.
Yep.
It really took a new insight, an insight from Charles Darwin.
Old
which
Chucky
basically
D.
said the reason why animals have this common pattern is because at some time in the distant past, they all shared a common ancestor that had a version of this pattern too.
Yep. And so this idea of homology, 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 it explains why certain creatures look more like other creatures if they're more closely related, because they share a more recent common ancestor. They've got those same traits handed down to them from their ancestors, and then they modify them, as they become different species, that kind of thing, and you get this grand tree of life
According
like
to
this.
Darwin, we should be able to trace the evolution of our limbs and hands by going back in time down our family tree. Starting with our primate ancestors, we see hands and limbs that look very similar to our own.
Yep.
Go back a bit further to the first mammals, and we find deeper similarities in the paws.
Yep.
And we see how paws emerged from more distant relatives. And if we go back even further, we reach our most distant four-legged ancestors. These animals, the earliest tetrapods, were among the first to have Owen's one bone,
amphibians,
two bones,
basically.
lots of bones pattern. But when we enter the underwater world, around 400 million years ago, instead of animals with limbs, we find prehistoric fish with fins.
Yep. Our limbs are modified
Great
fins.
mystery of biology. How did we get from fish with fins to animals with arms and legs? Darwin boldly predicted that there must have been ancient animals, transitional forms, that bridged this gap. But what would such an animal look like? Would it have limbs, or fins, or both?
Kind of
Such
in
a creature
between.
reflects a critical step in the origin of the human hand.
Yep.
I set out to find one.
And find one he did. This, found it up in the Arctic, actually. Wonderful documentary about this. Can't recommend it highly enough. If you've never seen Your Inner Fish, bookmark this, like right now. Watch it when this stream is done, or over the weekend, or whatever. It's super entertaining and super informative. If you're not familiar with these concepts, it'll help change the way that you look at the world and the way that you look at your own body. It's pretty remarkable, you know? Here, I'll go back just a little bit and let's get to this part.
Of Chicago, with a room full of human cadavers.
Holy cow.
It was more than a decade ago, and I just moved to the University of Chicago as chairman of the anatomy department. And I remember, hanging around with the students around the tables here, just getting to know them and letting them get to know me. They're launching their careers as future physicians, and there's some nerves and skittishness those first few days.
Yep.
And they almost invariably ask, Dr. Shubin, what kind of doctor are you? Are you a surgeon? Are you a cardiologist? And I say, well, no, I'm a fish paleontologist. And it's like, get this look like, well, what? I want my money back.
Well, this is the thing, is that when you're a paleontologist and you're studying the evolution of life on Earth, it gives you a perspective that you kind of can't get anywhere else, you know?
But it soon became clear that being a paleontologist, and not just any paleontologist, a fish paleontologist, is a very powerful way to teach human anatomy. Because often some of the best roadmaps to our own bodies are seen in other creatures.
Yep.
Now, you might not think your body has much in common with a fish, but see
you
a
do,
fine
actually.
resemblance.
Yeah.
On the surface, you're not very fish-like, I'll admit. But you are related to them.
Like we are to all living things on Earth. And here, that's kind of the point of showing you this clip in the first place. It says we're talking about bats. We're also talking about other creatures that are related to bats. When we as scientists say that different creatures are related to each other, we mean it in a literal sense. I think a lot of folks kind of almost assume that we're talking about vibes or something. It's like, oh, these creatures look similar or they have similar features or something. But no, what we say when we say that creatures are related to one another is they're actually related in the same way that you're related to your siblings or your cousins or your grandparents or whatever. We're saying that creatures share common ancestors, that they're part of this big family tree, and that's why they have similarities. That's why they've got varying degrees of similarity in their genetic codes, is because just like you with your relatives, you're related to them and you share different degrees of common ancestry. So let's jump from all life here. As far as we know, all life on Earth can be traced back to single-celled organisms about 3.8 billion years ago. And from that, all life today originated. Let's jump to mammals here. Mammals are a group of creatures that includes us as human beings, cats and dogs and horses and platypus and whales and bats, too. Mammals right here. The ancestor of all the mammals lived about 180 million years ago in the Jurassic period. And do we know anything about Luca? Not a whole lot. I'm Rainrot. The last universal common ancestor. I'm glad you're here, though. You're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We don't really have fossils of Luca. They would have been a single-celled organism about 3.8 billion years ago. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. We'll jump from mammals to, well, yeah, I could just take the trek manually here. Therian mammals are the egg-laying mammals, mammals that give birth to live young. So you've got another branch, the monotremes. The egg-laying mammals are here. They split off about 63 million years ago, long time ago. Or no, they split off earlier, but the common ancestor of all the monotremes is about 63 million years old, after the extinction of the non-bird dinosaurs. You get Therian mammals, placental mammals. These are the non-marsupial Therian mammals. They don't have a pouch. Boroeutherians. We don't want to go into Euarchontoglires. We want to get into Laurasiatheria, and here we have our rendezvous with bats. Laurasiatheria are the ungulates, the hoofed mammals, the carnivorans, lions and tigers and bears, etc. Perissodactyls and artiodactyls, I guess those are both ungulates, so to speak. Critters like moles and other insectivores, and then we got our bats here. Bats are up here. Bats are group Chiroptera here. The name means hand wing. Chiroptera. Does that make sense? Because they have a hand wing. Like we were talking about here. The wing membrane of a bat is composed of the hand. Like you see here. There we go. A bat wing. Just like this. So yeah. But yeah, and we had a question up top, I think. I gotta pay better attention to chat. And very funny, Madam 33. Luca, has anyone checked the second floor? Goodness. Oh boy. And Kelodon K says, all life on the planet is related to one another, just to varying degrees. Exactly. Humans are a type of ape, which is also a type of fish, if you go back far enough, yeah. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. And Rahab says, so bats are a pretty old lineage of mammals? It depends how you look at it. In absolute terms, from the very origin of mammals until the present, they've been around for less than half of that time. In fact, maybe only like a third of that time. But as far as Cenozoic mammals go, mammals from the age of mammals, from 66 million years ago until the present, they have been around for almost that whole time. Bats show up in the Eocene, and they almost certainly go back into the Paleocene. Even earlier than that. You know, even earlier than the Eocene. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And the only true flying mammal, exactly. That's right, Kennedy. We'll be talking about that. Yeah. And is that where Cairo comes from? Yes, Bush Doctor. It means hand. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And I'm Rainrat says, I imagine it could be possible that life emerged several times. It's possible, but unlikely. Very unlikely. Primarily because if life emerged several times here on Earth, then how did the newly formed life manage to survive when you've already got all these other life forms swimming around and basically, like, they would eat any new life forms that arose like that, you know? There's that argument, and there's also that all life on Earth shares genetic material. If you had, like, a second emergence of life, unless it just happened to have the same DNA, which is just about impossible, it seems, then, yeah, it just doesn't work, basically, you know? If life had emerged several times, you'd expect to find different kind of genetic structures, and we don't see that. All life on Earth seems to have the same basic kind of building blocks, which implies that it all comes from the same ancestor. Does that make sense? Yeah. We don't know how common abiogenesis is, like living things developing from non-living amino acids from primordial soup, basically. We don't know how hard that is to achieve, because we only have one data point. It's only ever happened once that we know of here on Earth. And maybe it keeps trying to happen, and then living things just keep eating those amino acids before they can actually develop into life, you know? They just get eaten in the cradle, basically. I don't know. Again, I'm a dinosaur guy. I don't work on abiogenesis. This is outside of my my wheelhouse, you know? But that's my understanding of it as a non-specialist on that topic. I hope that makes sense. But yeah, what are your thoughts about panspermia? I don't know. I don't really see why that hypothesis is even necessary for a feline, yeah. The idea that life came from elsewhere in the universe, well, where did it come from there? You know? I see no reason to think that to push the origin of life back further beyond Earth somewhere. It's just, I don't know. It's a little science fiction-y for my taste, you know? It seems like an explanation in search of a problem. But I don't know. Yeah. And Marika, you love bats? Well, today is the stream for you. I'm glad you're here. Yeah. But yeah. Checking the bat boxes in the forest. Very cool, Marika. That's awesome. I need to put up my my bat box outside at some point. But anyway, we were talking about homology. We're talking about bat wings. Let's get into this video. And here, I'll go back to the beginning because we're only a few seconds in. Let's just whet our appetites a little bit talking about bat anatomy and how remarkable these creatures are, you know?
Before
how cute they can be.
High-speed video, people had this view that bat flight was just kind of a minor variant of bird flight. But what we've found over and over again is how unbelievably maneuverable these animals are.
Oh, that's very cool, Rahab. Oh, bats are so neat.
Their bodies in such a way that they can adjust and they can maneuver really boggles the mind.
A bat wing framed by the skeleton allows bats to have a kind of control over a three-dimensional shape that would be impossible for any other kind of flying animal. I'm Sharon Swartz. I study bats, how they fly, and the structure of their wings.
And I'm Kenny Breyer. I'm a professor of engineering and I study animal flight and fluid mechanics.
What I really love about this video, and ones like it, is that they... Bearded Josh, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. It shows different ways that different scientists can contribute to the same field of study. So you've got, what, a mammologist or a evolutionary biologist? Or she is structural... What was her title? And then you have a fluid mechanics engineer. She's a professor of biology and engineering. Okay.
I'm Sharon Swartz. I study bats, how they fly, and the structure of their wings.
And I'm Kenny Breyer. I'm a professor of engineering and I study animal flight and fluid mechanics.
And that is super cool. Here, take a look at this. This is a robotic model of a bat wing that they are creating and studying and tweaking as they learn more about how bats actually fly. This is so cool.
I'm a professor of engineering and I study animal flight.
And Triste, it's good to have you back. Welcome back, Triste. Hello, hello. Glad you've returned.
Allows us to approach the same problem from two different perspectives.
I really find that we can do much more interesting things together than either of us can do by ourselves.
This is so neat.
Able to combine aerodynamics with the study of the morphology of the wings. There's a lot of really fundamental differences between the flight of birds and bats. So a bird wing is a relatively stiff airfoil.
Kind of, yeah. I don't know. I'm not going to argue with an expert on this. She actually studies this. But as a dinosaur paleontologist, and birds being dinosaurs, you know I've got to defend the birds. A bird wing is a marvel of evolution. Rather than a skin membrane like on bats, a bird's wing is made up of feathers, all of which are replaceable. So the bird can regrow those feathers. It's a much more resilient kind of structure in that sense. Birds can fly through dense vegetation. They can lose feathers. The wing itself is much less vulnerable to tearing or to puncturing and stuff like that, as opposed to a bat. Bat wings can be fairly fragile. They can develop holes. Bats can bleed through their wings because they've got blood vessels that go through the skin membrane. Birds don't have that issue with their wings. They do require grooming. I don't know if they require more or less grooming than bat wings do. I'd imagine it's probably a little bit more. Birds like to spread oil throughout their feathers from their preen gland. They pick out, obstructions and bits of debris and mites and stuff like that with their beaks. They kind of zip their feather filaments back together using their beaks, that sort of thing. But yeah, these are different kind of evolutionary solutions to the same sort of problem. Problem being like, how do you fly? So yeah, each one has its strengths and weaknesses. But I will not hear bird wings disparaged, They are remarkable. Bats are very, very cool too, and that's our subject for today. So don't let me discount how cool bat wings are. But also, don't get down on bird wings,
Bats have a whole hand in their wing, and that allows them to change the conformation and shape of the wing with incredible dexterity and precision.
So the bones of the part of the wing that's closest to the shoulder, the humerus and the radius, have the kind of geometry that we see in birds. But once you cross the wrist joint, we see bones that are
very different, yeah.
And that makes that
Oh, that's so cool. X-ray view.
Stiff.
Here, I want to go back and see that again. Look at this. That is so neat.
And that makes that bone itself less stiff.
And that shows you the homology too. You can, because this is a mammal, it's easier to kind of draw that connection between your own skeleton and that of a bat. Like you can almost see your humerus and radius and ulna in there, the bones of your upper arm and forearm. That's so neat.
And that makes that bone itself less stiff. It actually promotes bending.
Rahab says we can see the leaf nose too. Yeah, you can see the cartilage there in the nose. That is pretty nifty. Check that out.
Bone itself less stiff. It actually promotes bending. We don't usually think of skin as being a muscular organ, but the skin of the wing membranes of bats is invested with a whole series of muscles. And what we observe
super
is
flat muscles, super thin
on and
muscles.
off in every wing beat cycle. And so these muscles can change the stiffness of the skin in the wing membrane. And so
That's
that
so
means
cool.
the muscles change the aerodynamic properties of the airfoil.
That is so neat. So it makes something like an airplane look positively primitive by comparison. The most advanced fighter aircraft in the world don't have wing surfaces that modify themselves in terms of their stiffness or flexibility as they're maneuvering through the air. Like that's just not a thing. There's some jets where like the F-14 Tomcat where they can actually like change the angle of the wing and everything, but not changing the flexibility, the stiffness versus the malleability of the wing itself as they're flying around. Like that is remarkable. That is so cool, Vidalis, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. And Rahab says the minute adjustment such muscles could give their wings, it's amazing, And the B-1, yeah, the Lancer, Dr. Morbius, yeah. There's a number of other ones that do that. I think maybe the Su-44 Flanker might have done that. Might still do that, yeah. Anyway, those are just, primitive, clunky hunks of metal compared to something beautifully stitched together, as beautifully well evolved as something like this, Tens of millions of years of natural selection have honed this into just a beautifully precise instrument. Wonder of natural engineering.
And that's completely different from a bird in the way in which it operates. It bends, it flexes, it puffs out.
So they're able to continue to generate lift even as they're moving more slowly.
So when we
That's
first
really
started,
cool.
really very little was known about the precise nature of bat flight.
I don't know what kind of bat this is. I've read that most bats have real difficulty taking off from the ground. This bat seems to do it really easily. I wonder what kind this is. But look at the way it launches itself off of the ground. How cool is that, you know? That's a vampire bat. Okay, that makes sense. Vampire bats do spend a good deal of time on the ground. That's how they feed. That's how they get their blood meal. So that does make a lot of sense. But check out how cool this is.
Really very little was known about the precise nature of bat flight. We're really interested now in how the...
I want to say that one more time. That is so neat. Watch, watch, watch. Here. Let's watch this in slow motion using the caret keys here. So the bat kind of backs up like this, and then it's going to use those forelimbs to launch itself off the ground. This is like an Olympic sprinter, you know, propelling herself off of the starting block here. Watch this. This is so neat. Here. Check that out. So it's launching, it's just traveling through the air like that as if it had jumped. And then before it starts to fall, Vivimoji, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Before it starts to fall again, as gravity is acting upon it, it unfurls those wings. And just as it's about to start descending, it uses those wings to propel itself upward and take flight.
Has evolved to generate these bat flight. We're really interested now.
How cool is that?
The animal has evolved to generate these.
So we think that pterosaurs, the flying reptiles, the first vertebrate animals to ever evolve flight, we think that they did something very similar. Here's an Asdarchid pterosaur, kind of using its forelimbs to propel itself up into the air, and then before it starts to fall too much, flapping again. These are the first vertebrate animals to ever evolve flight, the pterosaurs, aka pterodactyls. It went insects, pterosaurs, then birds, who evolved from dinosaur ancestors, and then bats. Bats are the fourth and final, so far, kind of organism that's evolved powered flight like that. You know? Isn't that cool, Petrodactyl? It's so neat. Yeah. Anyway, we'll probably get back into pterosaurs later, because I'm sure somebody's gonna stumble in here to chat and ask, oh, are bats the same thing as pterodactyls or something? And then we can talk about pterosaurs again. Anyway, let's continue with this video.
So when we first started, really very little was known about the precise nature of bat flight. We're really interested now in how the animal has evolved to generate these kinds of forces and motions. What can we learn about thrust, about lift, about unsteady flight mechanisms, about muscle activity? And we design these experiments at each stage just to move ourselves forward. So when we do our tests, we use two facilities. One is a flight corridor, which is just a room, and we have a camera set up in there.
And is that blue painter's tape? I think that's all that is right there. Just very precisely applied. That's neat. I guess to get the bats to not fly into this by mistake.
One is a flight corridor, which is just a room, and we have our cameras set up in there.
Just being able to see in detail how bats move their wings has turned out to give us a lot of insight.
The other one is
salamander,
wind tunnel.
The equivalent of a treadmill for a flying animal.
We take high resolution, high frequency motion of the wings from multiple angles, and we reconstruct the kinematics of the motion that way. And then
so what this reminds me of is I wonder if anybody else has got the same thought right now. These little white dots right here remind me of, here, I think I can use a movie reference here. Motion capture technology. Has anybody else typed that in a chat? Let's see. I'm trying to find a decent clip of this, and it's tricky. They use this in video games too, right? Like, there we go. Similar kind of thing to this. Sometimes for some of these, what do they call them? AAA titles, these really expensive video games to produce. They'll have actors and performers doing motion capture like this. So they'll be wearing these suits and they'll be performing in front of these high-speed cameras. And they'll have these dots on their suits like this. And those provide the visual, the people who are using computers, the visual artists or the developers, whatever you want to call them. They've got frames of reference here that they can track. It's the same thing that you've got going on with the bats here. They've got all of these dots on them that the researchers have put on them. These are little bits of paint, right?
The equivalent of a treadmill for a flying animal.
We take high.
So yeah, all these dots painted on them. It makes it easier to track these different points on their body. And then that's easier to put into a 3D model for actually studying the range of motion, how these different body parts are moving through space. Super cool stuff. Yeah. And Claire Burr says, I said the bat reminded me of Andy Serkis. There you go. Yeah, it kind of looks similar, right? Yeah. Mocap suits on dinosaurs for dinosaur games? Blogger Blark? I'm not sure, you know? Yeah. It, reminds me of this. Anyway, yeah, motion capture suits. That's basically what they're doing with the bat here. Anyway, EGOT, there you go. Claire Burr remembers. Yeah. Love 30 Rock so much. Such a good show. Anyway. And there you go, Crimson Carnotaurus. Yeah, that is very much a thing. Gotta think about that scene for a minute. There you go, Casey, yeah. And let's continue.
Resolution, high-frequency motion of the wings from multiple angles, and we reconstruct the kinematics of the motion that way. And then we fill the wind tunnel with a cloud, and we record the motion of the particles of that cloud. And from that, we can reconstruct the wake.
And that lets us learn a lot about how
That's
it
so
uses
cool.
the wings to produce aerodynamic forces.
Once we've taken measurements with the animals, we recreate aspects of that using engineered robotic flapping wings that we test in the wind tunnel. And
so that is basically a robotic recreation of a bat and its flight stroke. That is so cool.
That using engineered robotic flapping wings that we test in the wind tunnel. And there we can do things that we can't ask the animals to do. And it does provide a lot of inspiration and ideas of things that we might try for building robotic flying vehicles.
So one of the things that bats do extremely well is landing.
They have to slow down, they have to flip themselves upside down and land hanging onto the ceiling or hanging onto a tree roost.
Wild.
Doing a high dive backwards.
What we've found is that during the last 2 wing beats of a bat preparing to land, there's almost no aerodynamic force produced.
They also use the mass in their wings to manipulate their body, and that controls their rotation in the
Like
same
a gymnast.
way that a high diver controls her rotation when they dive.
That's so
The
cool.
bats are incredibly agile and maneuverable, and they're very resistant to perturbations in the air, to gusts.
If we want to understand how bats are able to do this so well, we have to have some way of providing a gust to the animal in the lab and then seeing what...
Sorry, that just looks really funny. So here is this is basically like pulling a prank on a bat for science, you know? The bat is flying through into this chamber here, and there's a device that's producing a big gust of wind to knock the bat off kilter to see how the bat compensates for it. And from that, you can actually generate really useful data. But it's like a prank, you know? Check it out.
We have to have some way of providing a gust to the animal in the lab and then seeing what it does in detail.
We have
oh, man.
laser cross beams here, so that when the bat flies through, the bat breaks the laser beams. That sends a trigger signal. The air jet delivers a puff of air, and we can capture all of that in high-speed video from above and below using an array of high-speed cameras.
We find that
it's wonderful.
even really strong gusts of wind, they recover stability in less than a single wing beat. And so what we're trying to understand now is what are the mechanisms that they use to recover so quickly? What is it about the properties of the body and the wing that might return control passively, and how much is active?
I mean, when you think about it, when people are trying to design drones or other aerial vehicles like this, aerial machines, you want to be able to account for sudden gusts of wind or maybe an object hitting them, something like that, so that they can recover and that they won't just crash and burn. So, like, that's a really important thing to study. And if you can use bats to do that, if we can learn something from, 65 million years of bat evolution, then that's awesome.
The ability to do these experiments really gives us a unique insight as to how these animals move and maneuver, and also just how they evolved. I mean, what is the evolution of flight in mammals?
I think that we understand enough now about how flight works, where we can look at the origin and diversification of bat flight. It's a beautiful evolutionary laboratory. I love those moments where you've recorded something that no one has seen before. A moment of insight into the natural world. It doesn't matter how tiny it is. There's nothing like that.
That's scientific discovery, baby. It's the coolest thing in the world. Claire wants to know, do bat wing membranes heal? Do they scar? And how much wing surface can they lose before they can't fly? I don't know. That's a really good question. But there is another really interesting topic to do with bat resiliency that we can discuss right here. Well, here, maybe we'll get to that in a minute. We'll talk about how bats can carry all kinds of diseases, like potentially COVID-19, without dying. It's a different kind of resilience there. Not mechanical resilience, but immunological resilience. Before we get to that, let's take a look at this. I haven't seen this video yet, but I think this might be a really good follow-on for the video that we've just watched.
Alright, so several months ago we took a deep dive and learned exactly how bird wings work, and it was pretty cool, so go check it out if you want. But a couple of you had the audacity to ask me how bat wings work, and I didn't know the answer. So you hear that behind me, right? It's a waterfall. It's called Blowing Wind Cave, and there are thousands of bats overhead right now flying to the river to eat for the night. You see those little dots? They're all bats. All of them. It's pretty crazy, isn't it? So here's the deal. I'm going to send you to the Peruvian Amazon rainforest with Ignorant Destin from several months ago and a Phantom high-speed camera. So go make observations, and when you get back, me and you are going to talk about bat wing biomechanics by looking at data from Brown University's bat wing wind tunnel. It's amazing. I'll see you on the flip side. This is worth your time. I'm going to the cave. So, bats. Amazon rainforest. They live everywhere. They live in the top of hollow trees like this one, which I can understand.
Yeah, look at those.
Now, I'm about, I don't know, 30, 40 feet off the ground. Here's Phil. Phil, what kind of tree are we in?
We are in a strangler fig, which means that basically that fig started off as a vine and then strangled the tree that used to live in this hollow space.
Here, I'll hand this off to you.
Cool.
There's some high-speed video we're going to shoot of bats that live near a lake nearby. So we're going to go check that out. Right now.
And here, hang on a sec. Yeah, Claire, I'll give you the link to the other one. Copy. Here's this one.
Before we had high-speed video, people had this view that bat flight was just kind of a minor.
There we go. Nope. Shoot. Oh, gosh darn it. Ah! Alright, hang on. That was right. I'll find it on my history. Hang on. There we go.
All right, so
here we go.
30, 40 feet off the ground. Here's Phil. Phil, what kind of tree are we in?
We are in a strangler fig, which means that basically that fig started off as a vine and then strangled.
Hey, Amoeba, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome.
High-speed video we're going to shoot of bats that live near a lake nearby. So we're going to go check that out. Right now, let's just try to get video of this. Getting smarter every day. See him?
Oh, yeah, nice.
There he is. You don't like me being here, do you?
Oh.
Oh, man. Joker just peed in my mouth. Stop. I need to clarify that was a lie. The bat didn't actually poop in my mouth. He pooped towards my mouth, and it was deflected by my mustache, and then it hit me on the mole here. So good thing I had a mustache.
Is that a mustache, really?
Our guide Jerson grew up in the area, so he knew the exact log that bats like to hang out on.
So that's where the bat is, huh?
Hey, Deinonychus 999, welcome, welcome. It's good to have you back. There's the bat log. That's wild. Oh man, that's cool. You can watch that bat hit the other bat in the face with his or her wing. Which we'll watch in reverse right here. It's cool that that doesn't send them whizzing off into the ground, or in this case, the water. They're able to recover even with kind of an abortive wing beat like that. Watch these two hit each other. There we go. Wow.
So how do bats fly differently than birds? That's the question I want to answer here. So when I started researching the topic, several papers led me to the real-life dynamic duo, Dr. Ken Breuer, who's an engineer, and Dr.
We
Sharon
just watched a video with them. Excellent.
Together at Brown University School of Engineering Animal Flight Wind Tunnel to
I knew this would be a great follow-up here.
Now, most people's knowledge of how bats fly stops at echolocation, but I want to go much further than that. If you look back at the high speed, you'll notice that when the bat strikes the other bat in the head, his entire body starts to roll to one side. Now, at first blush, it looks like he might be countering the aerodynamic lift of that open wing by rolling his body. But if you look at this footage that I captured of macaws, you can see when one of the macaws strikes another one in the head, he doesn't roll his body like the bat does. Now, what's the difference in the bat and the macaw?
Interesting.
Mass. Bats have 12 to 20% of their entire body weight in each one of their wings. This means that inertial forces play a much bigger role in bat flight than they do in bird flight, because birds are much lower than that.
That makes a lot of sense. A bird wing is going to be more lightweight than a bat wing. proportionally. Bat wings are made out of skin membranes. They've got bones inside, those long finger bones and everything. Their wings are going to be heavier compared to the rest of their body than on, say, a bird like a macaw, where you've got those super lightweight feathers. They weigh almost nothing. That makes a lot of sense.
Have 12 to 20% of their entire body weight
Yeah.
on each one of their wings. This means that inertial forces play a much bigger role in bat flight than they do in bird flight, because birds are much lower than that. If you think about it, the ability to react against their own wing mass allows bats to do maneuvers that birds can't. For example, go from full speed flight to an upside down and sideways twist in order to gently grab the top of a cave.
I don't know if it's that birds can't do this. I feel like I've seen nuthatches do this before. It's just that a lot of birds don't like being upside down. But I feel like I've seen nuthatches do this same move before when they like land on a tree with their tail sticking up and their head sticking down, you know?
Don't let this freak you out, but there's this place I like to go where owls will drop their prey and they decompose. What's so cool about that is the soft tissue will decompose in the same position as it usually is
Trachea.
relative to the bones. Now on
Yeah.
this duck, that means we can check out the wing structure really well. Look at this. You can see the major bones here. What I think is
Yep,
cool is you
radius,
can see that there's
ulna,
no bones that go down into the wing. Bats have an entire hand built into the wing.
Yep.
That means a bat has a lot more precision control over the shape
And
of the
conures do.
umbrella.
Interesting,
Bird,
Lenina.
it basically just has a few major joints and the ability to pitch each individual feather. So when you use a wind tunnel, typically you put a model right in the middle and then you'll measure the airflow over the surfaces of the model. But what do you do if your model is actually a bat and it can fly wherever it wants? How do you know where to measure? Well, the answer is you put dots on the model, or in this case, a bat. Using multiple camera angles and a little math, researchers track the position of each individual dot and can recreate a simulation
our motion
of how the
capture,
joints
mocap.
can open and close the wing. This doesn't answer our airflow question, though.
We're going to visualize AID.
That's right. Particle image velocimetry is a pretty interesting way of measuring a flow field. So right now it's springtime in Alabama and there's pollen all over my driveway. So as my son pours this water out, if you look, you can see this pollen moving along with the water. It's pretty awesome because it lets you see things in the flow that you couldn't see before, like this little vortex. This is exactly what the researchers are doing with the bats.
Yep.
They put particles in the wind tunnel and then they illuminate the particles with a laser. They then take these images and calculate the local vorticity, omega. By plugging omega in and integrating over a defined area, you can get circulation, or gamma. Gamma goes into one last equation and there you have it, the lift generated by a bat wing while in flight. Imagine
Very
how
cool.
useful this could be if you're doing something awesome like, I don't know, developing a robotic bat wing. Yep, that's happening.
So did I answer your question? Bats have more mass in their wings, so they maneuver using inertia. They're more agile than birds. They can even hover. They control their wing geometry.
Are they more agile than birds? I mean, birds in general? I don't know about that. I'll say a bat's more agile than, say, I don't know, an emu. But is it more agile than a hummingbird? Or a kestrel? Or a harrier or something like that?
Better. So on the backstroke, instead of delaminating the wing, they umbrella fold and slide the wing along their body. Heck, they even fly before they can fly. They're mammals. Their moms carry them. Here's a question for you in the comments. Some bats have tail membranes and some don't. So how do you think that affects flight? So big thanks to Dr. Boyer and Dr. Schwartz for letting us use.
Well, I know that a lot of the birds that have tail membranes, they'll actually use them to capture their prey, which is really cool. They'll, like, scoop it up in their legs, and then they'll, like, kind of bend their spine, and they'll like, eat the moth out of the tail membrane. It's super cool.
User research video.
But yeah.
I think a good way of ending this would be to couple that with some music that Gordon wrote that reminds me of Castlevania. Quick warning though, there's a little nightmare fuel in this. Anyway, I'm Destin. You're getting smarter every day. Please subscribe. Have a good one.
Oh, this is neat. That was a vampire bat. Yeah, Rahab, you were totally right. Bat swimming. They're not the best at swimming, but they can do it. Most of them, anyway. Very cool stuff. pretty neat stuff. Here is a link to this video. Yeah, interesting stuff. Now, let's talk a little bit about disease and bats. There's a very, very good chance that the current COVID-19 pandemic that we're still going through, even though a lot of people have forgotten about it, still ongoing, that may have been started because of people mistreating bats, basically. Bats are known as carriers for diseases, lots and lots of diseases, some of which can spread to humans. How can they be vectors for disease like this without dying of those diseases themselves, though? You know? Let's take a look.
I'm just gonna come out and say it. I think bats are super weird. I mean that in an endearing way. I actually like them a lot. I think they're these like fluffy flying mammals with a lot to offer. Like tequila. They pollinate the agave plant.
Oh, okay.
The trouble is when bats hit the media, it's almost always over some deadly disease.
Yeah.
Like Ebola or COVID-19.
Yep.
And even the recent Nipah virus outbreaks in India. Bats are frequently taking the blame. And yet, we're not finding caves full of bats that died from coronavirus or Ebola. Because bats don't just host deadly diseases, they seem to tolerate them really well.
Yep.
Researchers...
Which is why they're so effective at spreading them, because you can have these diseases spread throughout a bat population without killing all the bats. If the diseases instantly killed these bats, then diseases wouldn't spread, you know?
I think it's because they evolved with a unique ability. They're the only mammals that can fly.
So there's a number of unique features of bat immune systems, and
Am I Evil says, I just seen in India they found a fossilized snake that was 50 feet long, question mark? Do you have a link to that? It sounds like it would be bigger than the current largest fossilized snake known, Titanoboa from, was it the Eocene of Colombia? Maybe the Paleocene of Colombia? Yeah, Rahab mentioned it. Somebody can give me a link. I'd appreciate it. Vasuki indicus. Interesting. Maybe we'll look at that in a little bit, but we're trying to focus on bats today, honestly.
their physiology that we think have co-evolved with the evolution of flight.
Flying requires an incredible amount of energy.
A bat in flight elevates its basal metabolic rate up to 15-fold, and to put that in context, a human at full speed running
The moon does exist.
And Mendesu, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here.
15-fold, and to put that in context, a human at full speed running is only doubling their metabolic rate, and a rodent perhaps elevating it 7-fold. So this is more than twice the energetic expenditure of any form of.
And Brick, thank you for the prime right there. I do really appreciate it.
Let's protect our forests.
There's our alert.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
Thank you for that, Brick. Hey, I really appreciate it. Thanks for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff.
Of terrestrial locomotion.
Their heart rates can skyrocket to over 1,000 beats per minute. That's around 4 or 5 times more than their resting heart rate. But there's even more. It's honestly remarkable that when a bat takes flight, it doesn't just like drop dead.
So a bat in flight will elevate its body temperature up to 44 degrees centigrade, and 45 degrees centigrade is kind of the lethal limit of what mammals can tolerate. And that holds true for bats as well. So when in flight, they're really pushing the sort of physiological limits of thermal tolerance.
That's nuts.
And while all of this is fascinating, you're probably wondering, okay, what does this have to do with viruses? Well, stick with me because we are getting there.
So flight is essentially a huge stressor that resembles aging. And because it's a part of bats' innate physiology, they've evolved unique molecular pathways to mitigate that damage at the site of production. So essentially, bat physiology is resilient to the process of aging.
You see, despite burning a ton of energy all of the time, bats are shockingly long-lived.
Usually there are trade-offs between metabolic output and lifespan.
Yep, it's like why rodents that often have very elevated metabolisms, they don't tend to live very long. Yeah.
And rodents are a great example of that.
There you go. Yeah.
Typically, they only live up to a couple of years. Bats, however, are about the same size and have metabolic expenditure.
Rampaging in an unsuspecting
And Octavius King, speaking of rodents.
from the dawn of time.
Well, well, well.
Will they wreak? What lives will they destroy? What depths of panic and terror will they create?
I appreciate the raid, Octavius King. How was your stream?
Octavius_King and their 65 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing, Octavius King. How are the rodents today, and the lagomorphs too? The rabbits. It's good to have you. Voltmog says we have a pregnant rat. Well, congratulations to her. We're waiting for babies any day. Fantastic. We are talking about some other mammals today. We are discussing bats. In honor of Halloween coming up soon, we're talking about the biology and the evolution of the only true flighted mammals, the only true volant mammals. Mammals like a fly. And the video that we're checking out right now just mentioned rodents, actually. And Metal Gibhide, thank you for the follow. I'm not sure what's up with our alerts at the moment, why they're lagging like this. But it's good to have you here, Metal. Thanks for following. Very, very cool. Yeah. Anyway, if any of you are not yet following Octavius King, if you love little fuzzy mammals and the antics that they get up to, go check out Octavius King. Doing something called Elden Ring today. Well, well, well. I hope it was fun. Octi, thank you again for the raid. For anybody who's new, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So paleontologists study fossils. I study dinosaur fossils in particular. But I couldn't resist the urge to talk about bats today, as Halloween is coming up, and bats are such wonderful, albeit very misunderstood animals, and so we're talking about them. We're talking about the evolution of flight. We're talking about homology and how things like wing membranes evolve. And right now we're talking about the immune system of bats and why they seem to be such effective carriers of different diseases while not dying from those diseases themselves. So it's fascinating stuff and very relevant while we're currently in a global pandemic that appears to have started because people had been mistreating bats, eating them and stuff, keeping them in cages, that kind of thing. Which just be giving bats their space, Anyway. But yeah. And Metal Gibhide says, hey, Danny, good to find you. I'm also Danny. Well, hello, fellow Danny. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah, and do you still do the intro videos sometimes? I do, Undead Kara. Would you like to see a welcome video real quick? Would you like a quick visit from previously recorded Danny? Because I would be happy to call him forth. Give me a 1 in the chat if you'd like a quick welcome video.
Called for still more protection.
Well.
Grew spears which projected from his body armor.
Joanna Wana, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. All right, we're getting some 1s. Excellent. Well, without further ado, we're going to call forth a good friend of mine, a good friend of ours, who's currently sneaking up behind me right now. We call him Previously Recorded Danny, and he's going to show all the new folks, and all the old folks too, what this channel is all about. Why a paleontologist is here on Twitch, all that good stuff. So without further ado, Previously Recorded Danny, take it away. Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
And they
movies.
said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes, yeah, well, fortunately he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails on his beard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so. It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you can afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny, and of course, thank you even more to Octavius King for that raid. Welcome to all the new folks and the returning folks as well. I'm really glad you're here. Good stuff. Yeah. And have we got an ad going right now? I'm sorry for anybody who's, well, if you're in the ad, you can't hear me, I suppose. But, anyway. Those of you who are subscribed can see and hear me right now. Let's get back into our video on bats here. But yeah. Maybe we'll just wait a quick 30 seconds for all the folks to come back from that, Anyway.
Dirter.
You can refresh if you subscribe in the middle of an ad. Anyway. But yeah. And there we go. We should be back now. Sometimes those ads come in at inopportune times, and the ads are what allow me to keep this free for everybody. You know, I've got to make a living here on Twitch. This is, believe it or not, how I pay the bills. This is how I put food on the table as a paleontologist. It's remarkably difficult to make a living as a fossil scientist nowadays. Twitch has allowed me to do that, but that does come with things like ads. That's not too much of a nuisance, but you know, I gotta eat. Anyway, we're talking about bats today, which are marvels of evolution. We'll be getting into their fossil history in a little bit, but figured we'd start this video over real quick. Let's talk about how bats don't end up dying from the diseases that they can carry, and what that says about their anatomy, their physiology, their metabolism, everything else. It's really fascinating stuff. Let's get into it. Yeah. All right.
I'm just gonna come out and say it. I think bats are super weird.
They are.
I mean that in an
They are weird.
way. I actually like them a lot. I think they're these like fluffy flying mammals with a lot to offer. Like tequila. They pollinate the agave plant. The trouble.
So if you like tequila, like she clearly does, you've got bats to thank for that. Any tequila fans in the chat? Especially, whoop.
At that time, the land of the planet was clumped together in one vast...
Thank you. Actual Reverend for the 4 months of support.
Every corner of that world.
I do really appreciate that. Thank you for that support. Excellent. But, that's your kryptonite? Well, plug your ears right now, Trooper. More of a Capri Sun dude myself, says Beltfed Yeats. You know, that can make an excellent mixer. Anywho. Yeah. From Bat Conservation International. We need bats. Bats need us. Oh, yeah. Agaves have a long ethnobotanical history and religion in Mexican culture. Today, agaves are important resources cultivated by farmers and harvested by rural communities to make products like tequila, mezcal, bacanora, aguamiel, pulque, and agave syrup.
Tradoon.
And who bats help pollinate agave. There.
A dirter.
Sorry, where's our sound?
This is the agave angustifolia, a plant that has sustained my family for generations. From it, we make bacanora, a beautiful drink and the pride of Sonora. The agave blooms only once in its life, and when that bloom emerges, a very special relationship occurs. In the dark of night, the agave is visited by bats, who feed from its blossom and carry pollen from plant to plant, fertilizing the seed and giving life to the next generation.
Pretty cool. And hang on, Kiki Mousy, is it National Fossil Day today, really? Shoot, every day is Fossil Day here on Paleontologizing. That's something that never changes. But is it actually National Fossil Day today? We're talking about bats. I know it's always a Tuesday in... No, it's the 16th. Tomorrow's National Fossil Day. Yeah. Do we have that on the calendar? I guess we don't. Shoot. Oh, hang on a second. Different account. I can modify this. There we go. Oh, stop it. There we go. National Fossil Day. That's here in the US at least. Yeah. I gotta get ready for that tomorrow. Anywho, good stuff. Yeah. And it might be tomorrow for them already. I suppose if you're in a United States colony, or sorry, United States territory, like say Guam, when you're, I think Guam is probably across the international date line. It might already be October 16th there, in which case it would be National Fossil Day. But anyway. And XVR says, so remember, we have to discuss fossils tomorrow. We will. Yeah. Anyway. National Fossil Day, I think, is only for the United States. That's why it's National Fossil Day and not International Fossil Day. The National Park Service puts on National Fossil Day. We'll be discussing that tomorrow. And it is here, New Zealand, says Clouded Bee. Does New Zealand have a National Fossil Day, though? I know it's the 16th in New Zealand. Hello to all of my viewers out there in Oceania. Does New Zealand have a National Fossil Day? No. Anyway. It could be all of our international Fossil Day tomorrow if we want it to be. As we try and think internationally here on Paleontologizing. We'll be getting into that tomorrow. Thank you for the reminder, by the way. I'd somehow missed that. Kiki Mousy. Definitely from Guam. Yeah, there you go. Welcome, Kiki Mousy, and welcome, Clouded Bee. It's good to have you both there. Hello, hello. Anyway. Bats and agave.
When I was a boy, I didn't understand how important this relationship was. As I became a man, my family and I learned about the little bat and how closely it was connected to our lives. Today we are more than farmers. We are conservationists, and we have many friends who help us in this work.
Beautiful
This plant
territory.
and this
Oh,
bat
man.
are special. They give us more than a drink. They give us a way of life. The agave and the bat are inseparable, and our lives too are part of the circle. And so we toast the agave and the little bat. We toast the friends who help us in this important work. We toast the desert that provides for us and is our home. We raise a glass to the bat and the blossom, and to the interconnectedness of our lives.
Pretty cool. And I'll give you a link. Bat Conservation International. Anyway, and Actual Reverend says, are they sponsoring us now? Tequila All Around? I wish this broadcast were sponsored by bats. That'd be pretty neat, but I think they need our help more than the other way around. Yeah.
A lot. I think they're these like fluffy flying mammals with a lot to offer, like tequila.
Yep.
They pollinate the agave plant.
Yes, indeed.
The trouble is, when bats hit the media, it's almost always over some deadly disease, like Ebola.
Yeah.
Or COVID-19, and even the recent Nipah virus outbreaks in India.
Yep.
Bats are frequently taking the blame, and yet we're not finding caves full of bats that died from coronavirus or Ebola, because bats don't just host deadly diseases, they seem to tolerate them really well. Researchers think it's because they evolved with a unique ability.
Huh.
They're the only mammals
That's such cool
that
footage.
fly.
Yeah. So flight comes with a whole host of different weird adaptations, and like you've got to modify your entire body to be able to fly, not just your gross anatomy, but your metabolism, your brain. Just like evolving powered flight means that every part of you has to be remodeled, basically.
So there's a number of unique features of bat immune systems and their physiology that we think have co-evolved with the evolution of flight.
Flying requires an incredible amount of energy.
A bat in flight elevates its basal metabolic rate up to 15-fold.
That's
And
nuts.
to put that in context, a human at full speed running is only doubling their metabolic rate, and a rodent perhaps elevating it 7-fold. So this is more than twice the energetic
So Octavius King, this is where you came in when we were talking about rodents and stuff and their metabolic rate.
expenditure of any form of terrestrial locomotion.
Their heart rates can skyrocket to over 1,000 beats per minute. That's around 4 or 5 times more than their resting heart rate. But there's even more. It's honestly remarkable that when a bat takes flight, it doesn't just like drop dead.
Yeah, they don't
So a
just
bat in
explode or
flight
something,
will
you know?
elevate its body temperature up to 44 degrees centigrade, and 45 degrees centigrade is kind of the lethal limit of what mammals can tolerate.
So they're basically going right up onto that red line there when they're flying. I mean, if their body temperature were to go much higher than that, they would die. It's nuts. They're just riding that limit. Overclocking. There you go, Clever. Yeah.
And that
Yeah.
holds true for bats as well. So when in flight, they're really pushing the sort of physiological limits of thermal tolerance.
And
That's
while
so
all of this
cool.
is fascinating, you're probably
know?
wondering, okay,
Living on the
what
edge.
does this have to do with viruses? Well, stick with me because we are getting there.
So flight is essentially a huge stressor that resembles aging. And because it's a part of bats' innate physiology, they've evolved unique molecular pathways to mitigate that damage at the site of production. So essentially, bat physiology is resilient to the process of aging.
You see, despite
Wild.
burning a ton of energy all of the time, bats are shockingly long-lived.
Usually there are trade-offs between metabolic output and
Here we go. This is where we
and
cut off last
rodents are
time.
a great example of that. Typically, they only live up to a couple of years. Bats, however, are about the same size and have metabolic expenditure that even exceeds that of rodents, but they're extremely long-lived. The oldest known bat lives up to 40 years in the wild.
Wild.
So after actually correcting for body size, bats are the longest-lived mammals on Earth. So
that is interesting. I had no idea that was true. When you correct for body size, so like proportional to their body size, bats are the longest-lived mammals on Earth. That's nuts. Wow. I want to hear that one more time. Make sure I got that right.
But they're extremely long-lived. The oldest known bat lives up to 40 years in the wild. So after actually correcting for body size, bats are the longest-lived mammals on Earth.
So these special pathways that they've developed in order to mitigate the intense effects of flying have likely made them extremely tolerant to viruses. Or at least primed them to successfully fight them off.
Interesting.
When a virus enters a human, two things happen. Okay, more than two things happen, but let's focus on two because who has the time? Think of these like two switches that need to be turned on when a virus infects a cell and off when the body is clear of the virus. So when a virus shows up, it enters a cell and your body raises an alarm like, hey, there's a guy here who's not even supposed to be here. That flips the alarm switch, which releases some molecules that slow the virus from replicating.
Okay.
And then the second switch flips, which launches an immune response to kill off the rest of the virus. But there's a catch. Once that immune response switches on, our bodies can sometimes start to experience some pretty severe symptoms, like fever, body aches, and essentially inflammation, which, sure, fights the virus, but also
the immune response causes widespread inflammation in the body, which is in of itself highly fatal.
But bats can't have their body triggering inflammation every time they experience an extreme stressor, because their entire existence as a flying mammal is basically an extreme stressor. And so their switch
they lead extreme lives.
Work a bit differently than ours. So in some species, their alarm switch is perpetually on. In other species, it's entirely in overdrive, which means they're sounding an alarm and releasing molecules to stop a virus from replicating before it even enters their body.
Wild.
And their switch that triggers inflammation kind of has a permanent dimmer, so they don't feel these strong side effects.
Bats are particularly adept at reducing viral loads to very low levels and simply tolerating whatever is remaining.
Which might be part of the reason why the viruses they do host are so much more dangerous to humans. The longer a virus stays in a host, the more chances it has to replicate, mutate, jump to a new bat or animal, and ultimately become something more deadly. But before you start thinking about bats as these like horrible disease-ridden flying creeps, it's worth noting there is a lot we can learn from them.
Absolutely.
Including how to better treat disease in humans. At least one group of researchers in Dublin recently received a grant to study just that. And some of our methods already work to mimic the switches in a bat, including how we treat many severe COVID cases.
We first treat patients with remdesivir, which is an antiviral drug that tries to reduce the viral load. But then later on in infections, we'll treat with dexamethasone, which is a steroid that's meant to actually blunt that immunopathology. So it's anti-inflammatory.
And so we turn the alarm on and we dim the other switch.
Just like in bats.
Bats aren't invincible. And recent studies have shown that bats under extreme stress, caused by things like rising global temperatures, habitat loss, and human interference, are more likely to shed and spread viruses.
So I feel strongly that there is a win-win argument for bat conservation and human public health, because a healthy bat is simply less of a zoonotic threat to humans than is a sick bat. While bats do pose zoonotic risk, they also offer a really valuable research source for new approaches in medicine.
Hey everybody, thanks for
Very
watching.
cool stuff.
I'm Kim, the producer of this episode, and
There's
there
Link.
is just so much we did not get to cover in this, including how a broad diversity of species of bats might also contribute to why diseases they carry are so deadly.
There's
Or
so many.
even just the
Yeah,
things
birds
that
are incredibly
affect bats,
specious.
like white nose fungus. There's
Yeah.
a long list of topics to explore, and this piece is really just meant to be a primer, but hopefully it makes you want to learn more. I've included a bunch of links in the description
Primer is how
to
you
help you
pronounce
get
that.
started.
Primer.
Before you go, I do have a request. We choose stories for Science Explained to help foster curiosity in the world around us.
Anyway, I give you a link. You can watch the rest of this if you want. Cool stuff. Excellent video there. And that reminds me, some of you may have seen this film. I know it became very popular like 9 years after it premiered. But, the film Contagion. I saw it in the theater when it came out in 2011, it must have been. Instantly became one of my favorite movies because of its portrayal of science and scientists. But after COVID-19 reared its head, it became a kind of a repeat hit. That kind of secured its place as a classic, I guess, a modern classic. Anyway, here's a trailer.
Did she mention seeing anyone who was sick? Anyone on a plane, the airport?
You had a seizure this morning, Beth.
Does she have a history of seizures, allergies?
Mr. Amoff, your wife is dead.
What are you talking about? What happened to her? What happened to her?
Hello.
Really kind of prophetic in a lot of ways.
Surface this room. It's an emergency.
Can't panic now. I know. I'm gonna get you home.
I got people too, Dr. Cheever. We all do.
Don't talk to anyone. Don't touch anyone. Stay away from other people.
It's figuring us out faster than we're figuring it out.
It's mutated.
Anyway.
Get back in your car!
It is a genuinely scary movie in how realistic it is. You know? Excellent film. Well written, well directed, well acted. And really scientifically authentic. Does anybody remember how the film ended? This isn't really a spoiler, because it's not really like a mystery. But, I don't know. The whole film is about how this disease becomes a global pandemic, and then a vaccine is devised for it in order to help stop its spread. And then at the end, they've got this scene where they go back to the very beginning and they show how this zoonotic disease started in the first place. And, well, here, I'll just play it for you. Anyway. So, flashback. It's like 1 year earlier or whatever. Habitat destruction. Pushing animals like bats out of their natural habitat. Into human settlements. The bat drops a bit of fruit, gets eaten by a pig. So you've got communication with this disease from the bat into the pig, which ends up being eaten by people, by Gwyneth Paltrow in particular in this film. Yeah. Actually, she doesn't eat it. She's just taking a picture with the chef and holding his hands. But yeah. There you go. That's the end of that film. That whole sequence was heavily consulted on by epidemiologists. How do new novel diseases like this get started and spread into human populations? It's most often through other creatures we share our planet with. Often through other mammals like that. And bats are like a huge reservoir for diseases like this. You know? So yeah. Yeah. And perhaps is cutting down palm trees and defronding is responsible for a lot of the damage to bat populations in places like Florida. Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. And Hylocomium says, I wouldn't call the film prophetic because we kind of knew this would be the only one likely way a pandemic would start. Okay, sure. Prophetic almost implies, I guess if we're taking it super literally, that it's something supernatural or something. This is just based in science. We know that this is how diseases spread, and so the film takes that into account. That's why it... prescient is probably a better word. But yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Disco Fountain says they need to start showing that opening in restaurant training. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I live with somebody who went through food safety training. Lordy. From twitch.tv/Lordy. And she talks about this sort of thing all the time. Make sure you wash your hands, use sanitary spray, keep food refrigerated, don't use the same cutting board for vegetables and meat, all this stuff like this, you know? So yeah. But yeah, food safety, extraordinarily important. Yeah. And Hylocomium, you do make a good point there. Yes, I'm being pedantic about prophetic, but I get tired of people saying we couldn't have known COVID would happen. The more that we have tons of animals crammed into tiny cages like this, all breathing on each other, we know that's a breeding ground for disease. We know that's the case. That's currently happening right here in California, actually. Avian flu is a big concern. 5 more bird flu cases suspected among California dairy workers amid outbreak. So avian flu seems to be spreading to cows, which are kept in really, really cramped conditions. And 5 more people who were presumably contracted bird flu were being tested amid outbreaks in California's dairy industry, health officials confirmed Monday. Given the amount of exposure to infected cows, evidence continues to suggest only animal-to-human spread of the virus in California, the health department wrote. Based on CDC's genomic sequencing of 3 California bird flu cases, there's no evidence to suggest an increased ability of the virus to infect or spread between people. But the more that we keep animals confined in spaces like this in large numbers under unsanitary conditions, the more we can expect zoonotic diseases like this to spread to human populations and to have more pandemics on the order of COVID-19. This will continue to happen. It will continue to happen if we continue on our current trajectory. It just will, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Hylocomi says the global agricultural industry is kind of wondering how not to cause a big problem with antibiotic resistance in a couple decades. Because antibiotics, they actually tend to fuel faster growth in livestock. And so they just get pumped full of antibiotics. But then that can breed antibiotic-resistant bacteria, which could be a huge problem, you know? Yeah. I don't know. I'm not going to talk too long about this, but, you know, it's a classic story of scientists warning people about something like this and then being ignored. Whether it's the marine biologist in Jaws or scientists in a Godzilla film saying, hey, you can't do this. Like, there will be unforeseen consequences. It's this age-old story, and it just keeps repeating itself. But anyway, yeah. let's shift gears here. Back to our bats. And, let's compare bats to aircraft here, shall we? And then I think maybe we'll segue into bat evolution after this.
But the king of flight isn't an insect or even a bird. It's the bat.
Oh, these are the Blue Angels, aren't they? These were just flying overhead this weekend in the Bay Area. The Blue Angels are like a performance group of F-18 Hornet pilots aircraft. But yeah.
The only mammal that can fly.
Yeah.
From us. And frankly, we're cheating.
Darn straight.
They can turn on a small coin and maneuver while flying so fast they're a blur. Slow motion reveals why bats have such amazing aerial agility.
Such cool footage here.
Unlike
look at that.
Bats' wings are never flat.
Nope.
They're constantly changing and adjusting their shape.
They're dynamic in their structure.
Because these aren't really wings. They're hands. And like us,
well, they're wings
bats
too,
can
yeah.
flex and bend their fingers independently, giving them fingertip control in the air.
Super cool. Oh, that's it? Shoot. I was hoping it'd be... I really thought that was longer. Here, let's watch this.
Bats are amazing flyers.
They are indeed.
And their flexible wings are a source of endless fascination to scientists who study flight. For instance, what about those long, thin muscles in bat wings that aren't attached to any bones? It seemed that those muscles might help shape the wings in flight, and now researchers have evidence that that's true, but it wasn't easy to get.
Yep.
Brown University scientists used ultra-thin electrodes to record muscle activity.
Whoa, so there's a line hooked up to this bat? I would not have expected that.
It wasn't easy to get. Brown University scientists used ultra-thin electrodes to record muscle activity while the bats were flying in a wind tunnel.
Charlie's Dragon says, that bat isn't wireless. No.
They also shot high-speed video at the same time. Sure enough, the muscles contract on the downstroke, and that could make the wings stretch less, which would help the bat fly. That could be good to know if you're making soft-winged flying robots. But really, the reason to study bats is that nothing else on Earth flies the way they do, and they fly very, very well.
Super cool. Really, really neat. Now, how did that kind of flight first evolve? It's still a mystery in large part. Take a look.
Fluttered through the sky above what? A bat fluttered through the sky above what's now Wyoming some 52 million years ago, but it wasn't like the bats you and I know. It was small, like most modern bats, but it had claws on the tips of all 5 digits that supported each wing. And its wings were a bit shorter, while its hind legs were a little...
And this critter looks familiar. Do we, Well. Is this, Icaroterus, or I forget what the critter is called, but I think that's the same specimen. Yeah. Very cool.
longer, With those claws and long hind limbs, it was a better climber than most modern bats. And its teeth suggest that it ate insects, but it probably didn't use echolocation to find and catch them.
I'm sure that she's going to get into this, but it's really interesting that bats... Well, the earliest bat fossils that we have are from the Eocene, I guess about 52 million years old, Eocene of Wyoming. They're very clearly bats, you know? They don't look just like modern bats. There's a lot of, quote-unquote, primitive features in them. But we don't yet have a nice kind of clear transition from non-volant bat ancestors to bats that can fly. Bat fossils are exceedingly rare, so we wouldn't necessarily expect to have anything close to a comprehensive fossil record for these critters. But still, it's kind of surprising how early on we have bats. I've heard some paleomammalogists, mammal paleontologists, say that maybe bats evolved before the KPG extinction, which I kind of doubt. I'm guessing they probably just happened to evolve pretty quickly after the death of most birds and all of the pterosaurs. There's a big open niche there for a flying vertebrate animal to feed on insects and stuff like that. And bats just launched themselves into the breach, I'm guessing. Probably evolved very, very quickly in that the aftermath of that big extinction event. That's something that we see very frequently, is that, like, when you've got a big extinction event that occurs where the majority of species on Earth die out, there could be very, very rapid evolution after that. The survivors just take over the world. And you can have what we call adaptive radiation. I wonder if we can find a video on that. I'm racking my brain trying to think of any I can think of the I guess we'll try this. What is adaptive radiation? Let's see if this is any good.
Adaptive radiation. The process of evolution of different species in a given geographical area.
Anyway, I can tell you this. So adaptive radiation is basically like you've got a bunch of critters die, and then suddenly there's all these open jobs, open niches, and the survivors, suddenly they've got room where they can speciate and they can take advantage of all of these resources that are no longer being exploited, and they just kind of go nuts. They diversify really rapidly. They adapt and diversify. Adaptive radiation. They radiate outward. You know, new species evolve really quickly because of a lack of competition. You know, it's easy to make a living nowadays, and so they just go for it. And creatures like mammals, which were not previously adapted for flight at all, they suddenly had a chance to do that. Bats could evolve, take flight, because, you know, it's free real estate, you know? They don't have to compete for it. It's like, they can make a living as a flying critter. They can go through those early difficult stages when they're first developing flight without being pushed out of the way by pterosaurs or birds, you know? They don't have to compete extensively. It's like, it's free real estate, you know? That makes sense? Yeah. That's adaptive radiation. Yeah. Now, Galapagos finches, like we were talking about last week, are a good example of this, actually. Here we go.
Are keys to the evolution of the Galapagos finches.
Remember this? So one species
is that 2 million
arrived
years
there.
ago, a single finch population arrived from the mainland.
To these new islands, the Galapagos Islands, which are only very recently formed because of volcanic activity. Again, it's free real estate, you know? And again, this is not to scale. The birds are not that big compared to the islands.
When their descendants reached another island, they faced new conditions. As those isolated populations adapted to their surroundings, their traits changed.
Yep. Adaptive radiation.
These included traits involved in mating, and the populations came into contact again. They no longer mated. They had become distinct species.
Yep.
While unique to these
cool,
remote
Kit Kat.
islands,
Nice.
the history of the Galapagos finches offers a general insight into why the world is populated with so many species.
The more diverse the environment, the more opportunities for evolutionary change
to
produce those new species.
There you go, Andy.
Over 100.
And Miss Yvette says, why does it have the word radiation in it? Because they radiate outward. Like, you've got new species that evolve from a central radius. You know, they evolve outward. From a single, ancestor species, they radiate outward. Radiation. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. That's basically the story of how bats evolved, as we understand it, you know? After the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for a few species of bird, there's all these open jobs, open niches, free real estate, you know? Because birds also took a big hit. I love showing off this little figure here. Still not published, apparently. I asked my colleague about this, and she's like, yeah, we don't know when it's going to get published. But 100% of the non-bird dinosaurs died out. 100%. 90% of the mammal species also died out. This doesn't have pterosaurs here, but it was 100% of the pterosaurs died out. 94% of the bird species died out, too. Birds don't really make a strong comeback until a few million years later, and so mammals had an opportunity, and they clearly seized that, and that's where you have bats that first evolve, you know? So yeah. Anyway, back to the earliest fossil bats, around 52 million years old.
Bats, but it had claws on the tips of all 5 digits that supported each wing.
So that's a primitive characteristic. Modern bats don't have claws on the end of all their fingers, only on their thumb. So that's a primitive characteristic in this 52 million year old bat fossil from Wyoming.
And its wings were a bit shorter, while its hind legs were a little longer. With those claws and long hind limbs, it was a better climber than most modern bats. And its teeth suggest that it ate insects, but it probably didn't use
Digging these
echolocation.
bones out of the ground is a slow process.
Defying Mavity, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
To find and catch them. This little flying mammal was Onychonicterus, and it was definitely a
There we
bat,
go.
the most primitive bat that we have good fossil evidence of, and also one of the oldest. And on the mammal family,
One of the oldest, interesting. This is the other one I was thinking of. Icaro-Nycteris is the one that I was trying to remember the name.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
Well.
Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Mommy does. Thank you for the 30 months of support now. Now at tier 2. Thank you for that, Mommy does. I appreciate you keeping us here on the air. Really appreciate that. Thank you for your continued support. Excellent.
tree, it sat on the next closest branch to all other bats, living and extinct. But when you trace that branch back, well, it's a mystery. Bats pretty much appear in the fossil record as recognizable full-on flying bats.
That's just like I was telling you. We don't have like a nice transition from a terrestrial ancestor to a bat descendant, like that in between. We don't have yet. And that might just be because that transition happened extremely quickly because of that really rapid adaptive radiation. Also, bats are just really difficult to preserve in the first place. They've got very thin bones, very delicate. You only really get them in certain environments, like what we call Lagerstätte, like this. That's a German word that means, I forget what it means. It's something like good preservation or something. I forget. Let me look it up. Yeah. Lagerstätte. It means storage place. There we go. Here's a link. Lagerstätten, I think, is the plural. Lagerstätte is singular. They're DM wing. But yeah. I mean storage. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. I believe in English we would call it this. Yeah. There's one of these near where my mom used to live. There we go. Yeah. Something like that, you know? Anyway, Lagerstätte. Storage place. But Lagerstätte is a fossil assemblage in which you get remarkable preservation. So, Solnhofen, where all the Archaeopteryx specimens are from, is the Lagerstätte. That's a depositional environment where you get beautiful preservation of usually very small critters and remarkable detail, often including such things as soft tissue, integument, gut contents, stuff like that. So yeah, Bear Gulch Limestone, this is a fish where you've still got soft tissue on it. Fins and stuff like that. It's incredible. Really nice. Yeah. Astrid Lundberg. I've no idea what that is, Claire Bird. No. Huh. A better contextual translation would really be deposit site. Thank you, Gene Wen. Yeah, that makes sense. And Clipper, can you hold on to that for a minute? Let's maybe we'll go over that tomorrow, actually. But yeah, and you've seen that original Archaeopteryx in person in Berlin, Beguiling Fangs? That is awesome. The original Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx. It is a thing of wonder. It really is. I mean, look at that. Gorgeous. We, happen to have it here, too. Mine, of course, is a 3D print that I've painted to look just like the original. But is, really is a beautiful thing. Yeah. The Berlin Archaeopteryx is... It's one of the most iconic fossils ever discovered. It's got a special place in the heart of many a paleontologist. In fact, I know probably half a dozen different paleontologists who have this tattooed on their bodies. This particular specimen. Yeah. It's right here. Right here. Full back tattoo. Arm. Another back right there. Yeah. It's absolutely iconic. People go nuts over Archaeopteryx, and for good reason. One of the most important fossils ever discovered, scientifically speaking. Yeah. To the point where many creationists to this day still want to deny its existence. They're like, oh, it can't be real because it's such a beautiful illustration of evolution. You know, it's such a perfect transitional form between non-avian dinosaurs and their bird descendants. So yeah, people who would prefer to deny the existence of biological evolution, be they creationists or just cranks in general. People like the late Fred Hoyle, Nobel Prize winning physicist, completely off his rocker later in life, and here, where's that book? There we go. Because he didn't like the idea of evolution, he wrote a book claiming that it was a forgery. Archaeopteryx. Wild book, and a good reminder that just because somebody is an expert on a particular topic doesn't mean that they're not completely wrong and maybe crazy about other things, you know? So yeah. Interesting stuff. This is why, as a paleontologist, I try not to comment on things outside of my field. I try to remember that I don't deserve to have strong opinions about fields that I don't really know anything about. I think it's an important lesson for just about anybody. It does seem like there's a particularly example-rich history of physicists and chemists in particular wandering into fields that they don't know anything about and assuming that they know better than the actual experts in those fields, people who've devoted their lives to their study. And this is a very interesting example of this. Let's see. Yeah. Where did that go? Trying to find you this article. That's really annoying that, boy. That's weird. It seems to have disappeared from the internet. Anyway, Darren Naish had a really interesting blog post about this at one point on his tetrapod zoology blog. And either it doesn't exist anymore, or Google search is just broken to the point where I can't find it, but yeah. But yeah. Anyhow. Let's get back to our bats here, shall we? We've gotten less than a minute into the video, and we've spent how much time discussing this so
Really
far?
spectacular. Spared no expense.
Golganek, thank you for gifting Ungoy.
Tier 1 sub to Ingoy 1. They have
Appreciate
given
you,
456
Golganek. Thank you.
gift subs in the channel.
Incredible. Appreciate you, Golganek. Thank you for that. Ungoy, enjoy the gift sub.
Bats, living and extinct. But when you trace that branch back, well, it's a mystery. Bats pretty much appear in the fossil record as recognizable full-on flying bats, and they show up on all of the continents except Antarctica around the same time in the early Eocene epoch. However, the very earliest fossils consist only of teeth and limb bones, which don't give us many clues about what the ancestors of today's bats looked like. So where did bats come from, and which of the many weird features that bats have showed up first? Like, did these mammals learn to fly first, or echolocate first, or both? And how do they fit into the mammal family tree? We used to think that, based on their skeletal structure,
Bats were closely related to... What do we think, chat? What do you think bats look like? What was the old idea for what they were related to? Not to a Charlie's dragon. What kind of mammal? Flying foxes are a kind of bat, Mizavet. Pugisla's rats. I think that was an idea that they were kind of between rodents and primates. And it turns out they're not close to either. But yeah, and anyway, yeah.
Bats were closely related to primates, like us.
There you go. Yeah. It is an interesting idea. And I think colugos may have thrown a wrench into the works there. Colugos are these critters that are related to primates. They've got such derpy faces. And they can glide. So there's an idea that these were kind of like descendants of that in-between with primates and bats. And it turns out it's just, these are primate relatives. They're unrelated to bats. Petrodactylus says, what in the world? These are cool. Are you not familiar with colugos? Oh, boy. They are super cool. Here, we got to take a brief detour and talk about colugos. Again, I want to make this very, very, very clear here. You listening, everybody? Colugos are not bats. They are not bats. They are not related to bats. I know we're talking about bats today, but I want to very heavily emphasize that colugos and bats are not related to each other closely. Colugos are related to primates. They are super neat. Take a look.
It's a squirrel. It's a bird. It's a kite? No! It's the vegetarian night stalker of Southeast Asia. Today, we're in the primate uncanny valley. We have so much in common with these wide-eyed weirdos, but we're also so different. They glide, they have comb teeth, and they're 5 times lighter than your head.
What mysteries do they hold, and what can we learn from them? This is the strangest almost primate in the world.
They're so cool. Animal Logic makes great videos.
Hi, I'm Danielle Dufault, and you're watching Animal Logic. Colugos are a bit of an evolution.
Colugo, there you go, Barnacle Bomb, yeah.
Colugos are sort of the mutant love child of a tarsier and flying squirrel. Their lifestyle...
Ooh, fancy pronunciation. Tarsier, tarsier, merci beaucoup. Yeah.
is pretty similar to those of other gliding mammals, who mostly eat fruits and nuts and have evolved to jump from tree to tree. For small animals like these, the air is safer than the ground, which is swarming with carnivores. Flying squirrels are possibly the most well-known gliding
They're a
mammals,
kind of rodent.
but this is a successful strategy that has evolved independently several times over many different orders.
Gliding is not a difficult thing to evolve. It's far easier, by which I mean it's happened far more times. It's much more common in the history of life than powered flight. Gliding is comparatively very easy to evolve compared to powered flight. You know? So
In
flying
marsupials,
squirrels.
Gliding has evolved.
And there's a marsupial not related to a colugo. Here, let's pull up our tree of life here. Let's go to flying squirrel. Flying squirrels are a kind of squirrel. They are rodents. So they're here on the rodent branch. Rodent limb of the... well, they're kind of squirrel, which is a type of rodent. The Mexican flying squirrel, Carolina flying squirrel. They are not related to sugar gliders. Sugar glider is a kind of marsupial. It's more closely related to raccoons and koalas. They're way over here within the marsupials. And then you get the colugos. Colugos are very close to the primates over here. So there's the colugos. There's 4 living species. They're also called flying lemurs, if that helps you make sense of where they belong on the tree. They're within Euarchonta. Euarchontans are the primates and their relatives, things like tarsiers, tamarins, lemurs, monkeys, apes, etc. Tree shrews are also a kind of Euarchontan. But anyway, there's the colugos. They are right here, sister group to the primates, like us. So colugos are, in the grand scheme of things, they're pretty close to us as human beings. Because they're just outside of primata. They're right next to the primates. Does that make sense?
Among
Anyway,
others,
here's a
it
sugar glider.
is genus, which includes sugar gliders and mahogany gliders, and the Petauroides genus, also known as the great gliders. There are also over 50 gliding rodent species around the world.
Yep,
with different
flying
species
squirrels.
of flying squirrels making up most
Flying
of them.
squirrels.
The most
They actually
charismatic
glide,
of
but
these
yeah.
are probably the Siberian flying squirrels. They are just way too cute. They always
Adorable.
look like they're mustering.
Look at that! Wild! But yeah, flying squirrels are a kind of rodent. And hey, Verity, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. We're talking about bats today. Because Halloween is coming up. And you'll see a lot of bat decorations and stuff. We're trying to dispel some myths and misconceptions about bats. When we were talking about the evolution of bats, their fossil record, and then somebody in chat said they'd never heard of colugos before, which are an unrelated kind of gliding mammal. So we're watching a video on colugos, and of course they dip into flying squirrels here too. Flying squirrels, which are actually gliding squirrels. Anyway.
Up the courage to ask another flying squirrel out on a date. But colugos are different.
Yeah,
There is
check
something
out this
lemur-like
critter.
to them, which initially earned them their nickname, the flying lemurs. That
Yep.
moniker is wrong, but not by
They're not
much.
lemurs.
DNA tests have shown
Here we
that
go.
they're our closest relatives outside of primates.
Yep. So this cladogram right here, this evolutionary family tree, matches what we see here too. There's lots of different ways that you can visualize evolutionary family trees. You could do like a fractal pattern, like this. Yeah. Or it can be more like this. Right angles and everything. As long as the relationships that they're showing are the same, it doesn't actually matter how you portray it. But yeah. Anyway, colugos. Super cool. So these guys are not related to bats. I want to make that very clear. Not related to bats. Bats. Chiroptera is the clade name. Bats are way over there. Yeah. Whereas colugos... Yeah, bats are more closely related to critters like dogs and cats, horses, and tapirs, like our tapir skull here. There's a tapir right there. Tapirs. You know these guys. This is more closely related to a bat than a colugo is. I love baby tapirs. Always looks like they're straight out of the Eocene with those stripes. You gotta love them. Anyway, this is closer to a bat than a colugo is. Tea Time Cat says, I didn't even know colugos were a thing until today. That's why we're watching this video.
If you don't really see a resemblance between a colugo and, say, a gorilla, it's because our evolutionary paths diverged during the Cretaceous, when dinosaurs were still hunting little mammals.
Yep.
That's a lot of time to change and adapt to new environments.
There are only 2 remaining colugo species. The Philippine colugo lives in the southern Philippines, especially in the islands of Mindanao and Bohol. This is the biggest of the 2 species, at just about 1.5 kilograms. It has a mottled coat and a wide face.
They're kind of like the pit bulls of the colugos.
And then there's the Sunda colugos, which live in Southeast Asia, from Thailand to Indonesia. They're a little smaller, have solid brown or ginger coats, and a much more delicate little face. They're basically colugo greyhounds.
Their faces are really cool, and I love that they show it grooming. I'm sure Danielle is going to show us their pectinate teeth, which are incredibly weird and cool. But they use their teeth to groom themselves. Their teeth are just miniature combs. I mean that very literally. Here.
But let's stop beating around the colugo's bushy tail. You came here to see these puppies fly. Look at them go.
Colugos have a sort of built-in kite that extends from their wrists to their
Check that out.
ankles. It's the maximum amount of coverage that you can have without growing giant wings like bats.
Like a bat,
Their
yeah.
squirrel suit is called the patagium, and it's made of leathery skin. On top of that, they have webbed feet that maximize the surface they have to glide.
So that term patagium is also true of bats, too. That's just like a skin membrane that stretches between your limbs. That's whether it's a bat or a colugo or a pterosaur, the term is the same.
To travel between trees, they climb as high as possible and then jump. With their patagium fully outstretched, they can glide for up to 200 meters, but jumps of 20 or 30 meters are most common.
As you can imagine from their shape, colugos are not great walkers. Climbing and gliding are their 2 main methods of transportation, and falling to the ground can be deadly.
Southeast
Yeah,
Asia is
especially with
teeming
predators
with
like that on the
predators.
ground.
While on the tree canopy,
that a
Philippine
harpy eagle?
eagles are the
Philippine
greatest
eagle.
threat.
But on the ground, several small cat species, as well as foxes, dogs, and dholes, can easily catch a colugo.
And so, their entire evolutionary history consists of adaptations to help them traverse the forests by climbing and gliding, and doing it at night when there's no birds of prey around.
And Aniju Huai, how are you doing? Aniju Hey, welcome to Paleontologizing. Ants and termites are not technically literally the same thing. They're both part of, well, they're both insects. Maybe you're thinking of wasps and ants, which are both hymenopteran insects, but termites and ants are different clades. So, here, I'll show you, rather than just telling you. Let's go back to all life on our tree of life, up from colugos to all life here. Termites are more basal than ants. They evolved earlier in time. Ants are, shoot, what is their clade called? Oh, don't tell me. I got this. Shoot. I always remember, Myrmecophagus is the term for, like, creatures that eat ants. Myrmecophaga, I think, is the genus name for the giant anteater. So it's like Myrmeroides or something is the clade for ants. Yeah. Anyway, let's just go to genus Atta, which is ants here. So ants belong to a they're not the same thing as termites. They're very different groups. Yeah. And ants are wasps, right? They're part of the same clade as wasps, yes. And oh boy, there's so many different species of ants. We might be going for a while here. But we're going to genus Atta, which is, I think it's an ant genus that contains like 12,000 species or something like that. yeah, we'll be going for quite a while here. Oh boy. It just keeps going. There we go. Leafcutter ants. Here it just says 71 species, but there we go. Yeah. If we want to go from there to termites... Termitidae. Okay, that's easy to remember. It's going to be a long trip up. Here we go. Going up. There you go, Will62. Yes. Jinx. Yeah. There's a lot of species within this particular branch of the insect family tree. Holy cow. But there we go. We got to go way up here and then to the other side of insects in order to get to termites. So Termitidae right here are pretty far from ants. Ants and wasps are... Hymenoptera is the clade name. Ants, bees, and wasps. So to get from termites to ants and their close relatives, it's a bit of a hike. All the way over there. Does that make sense? So ants, bees, and wasps form a clade. They all evolved from the same ancestor, probably in like the Triassic period or something like that. 200 million years ago or more. So yeah. It's been a long time since they shared a common ancestor with termites. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anywho. Let's get back to our colugos, and then we'll get back to bats, which are the topic of today's stream. Yeah.
Have you ever walked in a forest at night without a lamp on? It's terrifying. Colugos do that every night while jumping into the void.
Their huge eyes come equipped with giant retinas that give them the night vision and depth perception needed for their leaps. Weirdly, despite being nocturnal, they're thought to have some color vision.
Primate
Really?
color vision evolved after we split off from colugos, but it seems the building blocks were there already, and the ability to see ripe fruit from afar evolved in both orders independently.
That makes
Besides
sense,
predators
actually, yeah.
and gravity, the colugo's biggest problem is rough landings on trees. But wouldn't you know it, they also have adaptations to protect themselves and their babies from harsh landing.
Hello. The creature we will be examining is a paleontologist.
Real Casey Jones, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How did your stream go? I hope it was real good. Thanks for joining us. Bringing your viewers here. One Killer Kitty and Dr. Ram MD and Real Casey Jones. I'm so glad you're here. It was fun. Glad to hear it. Looks like you were doing something called Ember Nights. I'm glad it was fun. If you're here for the first time, anybody, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. A paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. That's usually what I'm talking about here on stream, if I'm not out in the field digging up dinosaurs live, like we do during the summers. I'll show you a clip of that. Here we go. Oh, this is from, oh yeah, this past summer.
Many dramatic fossil discoveries.
Tamber King, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah.
It's funny, last year we'd stand in front of it for just a split second, and everything.
I'm talking about the satellite dish here. Tamber King, Dinosaurs, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Anyway, when it's not summertime, I'm here in my office in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. We just did a stream from the Golden Gate Bridge, what was that, last week? Week before? With our mobile setup, but most of the time I'm here in my office. Oop. There we go. And today we're talking about bats. Because Halloween is coming up and everybody loves bats. And if you don't love bats, you should. However, we've taken a brief detour from bats right now to talk about another kind of mammal that flies through the air, or it glides through the air, colugos. And then we'll get back to bats. Many, many people are not familiar with these. This is not a flying squirrel. This is not a bat. It's not closely related to bats. It's closely related to primates. It's called a colugo. Not a sugar glider either. Sugar gliders are marsupials. Colugos, like we were talking about, are related to primates. They are basically the sister group to primates, so they're very, very close to primates. Yeah. There we go.
This is it. This is the horizon, which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Well, well, well.
Below this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils. Above this level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
It was not too long after that that bats evolved.
Scambates and their 9 raiders have stumbled below that level.
Modern Paul Scambates, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. How was your stream? I hope it was excellent. We're talking bats today, right before Halloween. Well, like 2 weeks before Halloween. But I'm going to be gone the week of Halloween at a paleontological conference, talking to colleagues and presenting research. So we're doing our Halloween stuff a little early this year. And played Silent Hill 2. Well, that sounds really pleasant. Silent Hill. Sounds like the name of a retirement community or something like that. Like Shady Acres or, you know, Peaceful Meadow. Silent Hill. I'm sure it was a very relaxing time. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for bringing the viewers here. Modern Paul Scambates. Yeah. The tense puzzle game takes place in the ghost town of Centralia, Pennsylvania. Really? Very cool. I know a little bit about Centralia. A town that was... There's underground coal seams that were set ablaze when they decided to light the town dump on fire. I'd rather play Loud Mountain, though, says Deathsaurus. It's just the kind of person you are, Deathsaurus. A bit more boisterous. Yeah. Anyway. And Babzilla, animal belongs to the skeleton underneath the framed photo of the bat. Skeleton? You mean the skull? This is a tapir skull right here. So tapirs are a kind of, they're part of clade Laurasia. And they're closer to bats than colugos are. I don't have a whole lot of bat skeletal material in my office, but I do have a tapir skull. These are tapirs here. So tapirs and cats, like our Smilodon, are both part of clade Laurasia. And the Laurasia are things like hedgehogs, things like tapirs and horses, camels, goats and other ungulates, whales, and bats. It's kind of cool because there's 2,067 species of Laurasia. Guess how many of those are bats? Out of those 2,067 species, 1,055 of them, more than half, are bats, which is nuts. Bats are super speciose, very diverse. There's so many different species of bats. Out of all of these, like, groups of mammals like this, out of all these, like, rankings of mammals, grades, whatever you want to call them, bats are second only to rodents in their diversity. But anyway, bats are a kind of Laurasia. Anyway, what we're looking at here is a tree of life showing the evolutionary relationships between pretty much all species on Earth. That's the idea. Because all of life on Earth is related to varying degrees. As far as we know, all life on Earth evolved from the same ancestor about 3.8 billion years ago, give or take a few hundred million years. But what's a few hundred million years between friends, you know? Anyway, this is a wonderful tool for, you know, talking about common ancestry of living things and whether critters are more closely and more distantly related to one another. So we'll go back to bats here, and then we'll jump from bats to colugos, and then we'll finish up the colugo video. So here's bats right here. But we're not talking about bats at this present moment. We're talking about colugos, because it's a kind of gliding mammal. Not a close relative of bats. But many people haven't heard of them, and so we're talking about them because they're super neat. And anytime I can introduce people to a very cool organism that they've never heard of, never seen, something that'll blow their mind, I'm happy to do that. So here we are.
They also have adaptations to protect themselves and their babies from harsh landings.
They have an inbuilt gyroscope that helps them control their speed along the X
Not a literal
and Y
gyroscope,
axis.
but yeah.
When they're in glide mode,
It's in their inner
they're
ear,
almost
presumably.
perfectly horizontal, so they don't descend as quickly. But when they're about to reach their destination, they swivel themselves upwards. This slows them down on the X-axis, but makes them fall more quickly. So they have to do it at just the right time so that they don't fall to the predator-rich floor.
With all the predators around, it's too dangerous to leave the babies alone in the nest. So mom takes them wherever she goes.
Yep.
Colugo babies are born
Look at that.
underdeveloped, almost as underdeveloped as marsupial babies. From birth, they attach themselves to the mom's belly. The mom uses her tail to build a little pocket for the babies.
And Raven 22, what's that?
Or baby carrier.
And so, mom
What's a
will
shoe
carry the
bill?
babies for months while she's out foraging, and will slowly introduce them to solid foods.
Colugos have a really well-developed digestive system, as they need to eat a lot of fiber. When available, the majority of their meals are fruit salads, with the occasional lichen dessert to get extra minerals.
In times of scarcity, they chew on ants, bark, leaves, and other plant matter.
Their comb-like teeth have the dual purpose
Pectinate
of
teeth,
stripping away
yes.
hard materials, like lichens and tough skin of some fruits, and being a pretty efficient brush to groom themselves to get rid of ticks and other parasites.
Partly
They
because
gotta take
of this
care of that
fact,
potassium.
colugos are known to have a very high parasitic load in their guts. It's
So, here, they didn't really show you an up-close view of their teeth. Pectinate teeth. Here we go. But their teeth really are like combs. It's nuts. I mean, look at that. I think I can show you in higher res here. Take a look at that. That is so cool. Their teeth are combs, basically. Yeah. And the teeth do form that way, helicomium, yeah. Yeah. Really neat. So very good for kind of combing through their fur.
so bad that their feces have been reported to move around due to the sheer number of worms in it.
Oh boy.
Don't worry, we're not going to show you that. Or are we? No, we're not.
Both colugo species are considered least concern due to their large range. But there is actually some concern due to the rapid deforestation of the region.
Yeah.
Colugos live in areas that are quickly developing. There are simply fewer trees, and those that are still there are more spread apart. In some areas, roads are being built, which brings the additional danger of being run over by cars.
Yep.
There is a current initiative to protect colugo populations by building gliding posts, which are basically utility poles in the middle of the forest or alongside roads. Colugos can use them as platforms and shorten the distance between trees.
We're still learning about colugos, and with the conservation projects in place, we're hoping we can see these little guys thrive.
Pretty neat. Colugos are so interesting.
What should we talk about next? Please let me know.
Here's a link to that video for the colugos. Super cool. But anyway, we're talking about bats. So let's get back to the bats here and their fossil history. Anvil's Ghost says baleen evolved from teeth? Not from colugo teeth, no. I think the evolution of whale baleen... I don't know if baleen evolved from teeth. I want to say it's a separate structure, because there were some fossil whales that had both baleen and teeth at the same time. Yeah. Is it Coronodon? Is it this critter? Might be. So this is it's from the Mysticete clades, so the group of whales that evolved baleen, but this one's still got teeth at this point. I want to say that baleen whales evolved baleen in between their teeth. And then they eventually just lose their socketed teeth and they only have the baleen afterward through evolutionary time over tens of millions of years. But I could be wrong about that. I'm not sure. Anyway, interesting stuff. We'll talk about whales another time. Oh, but first, we were just talking about colugos again, remember? And I made a big song and dance about how they're not related to bats. They're not close relatives of bats. Bats are closer to whales than they are to colugos. So there's our colugos right there. But, there we go. Bats are part of this clade Laurasiatheria. Like artiodactyls are also part of Laurasiatheria. Bats right here. Whales are up here within Laurasiatheria. So bats are more closely related to whales than they are to colugos. How cool is that? And the closest living relative to whales is hippopotamuses. Anyway, good stuff. Bats.
Showed up first. Like, did these mammals learn to fly first, or echolocate first, or both? And how do they fit into the mammal family tree? We used to think that, based on their skeletal structure, bats were closely related to primates, like us, which is kind of strange when you think about it. But once we were able to study their genetic history, their DNA revealed something much weirder. Instead of being closely related to the mammals that they kind of look like, bats turned out to be much more closely related to the ones that they don't.
Like hippos and whales and goats, dogs and cats and bears, carnivorous.
The fossil record of bats is both great and terrible, which is why we waited so long to do this episode. It's great in that several of the earliest bat fossils we have are exquisitely preserved. They're basically complete because
And not elephants architecti. So elephants are a kind of afrothere. So elephants are related to aardvarks, manatees, elephant shrews, golden moles. Yeah. Yeah. So here. So here's our bats right here. To get to elephants, elephants are part of Afrotheria. Elephants are way over there. And so their closest relatives are the hyraxes. These little guys, like little fuzzy potatoes with tusky teeth. Anyway, elephants, elephant shrews, and more. Cincinnati. Anyway, aardvarks are there too.
They've been buried in an ancient lake deposit.
And hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing?
Come from these types of logger.
A creature that's more closely related to bats than an elephant is Mini Pie right here, who is a cat. How are you doing, Minnie? What's shaking? Yeah, thanks for joining us. We've got 2 of our 3 cats have appeared on stream so far. Yeah. How you doing, Mini Pie? Yeah, it's good to see you. Okay, let's fire up our cat cam, shall we? Here we go. Yeah. You having a good day, Mini Pie? I hope so. I hope so. For those of you who are new here, Mini Pie is one of my landlords. So I gotta make sure I keep her happy, you know? So you don't evict me, huh? Don't put me out on the street? Yeah. She lived here before I moved in. And, yeah. Make sure you like me, huh? Yeah. I think right now it's actually time to pay rent. So let's make that happen. Ooh, here we go. Time to pay up. Here you go, Mini Pie. Oh, good stuff. Yeah, check that out. Yeah. Use those crunching teeth. Those carnassials like carnivorous mammals have. Cat taxes. There you go, sheepdog. Yeah. Ooh. Gotta get that one. Oh, you're not gonna eat it. Please, Mini Pie, don't just leave that on my desk. Oh no. He's not pleased by the offering. Oh, she's like, I would rather eat a bat. Mini Pie, you don't want to eat bats. That's not a good idea. They're often swimming with disease. We talked about that earlier on stream. Weren't you even paying attention, Mini Pie? Anyway, that's Sweetie Pie's share. Yeah, Sweetie Pie will probably come back and eat those. Yeah. And hey, Scully Red, how are you doing, Scully? Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. Oh, Mini Pie. There. You're perfectly positioned where we can continue our video. We gotta get through this. We've been going at this for like an hour so far. We've only gotten 2 minutes into the video. So let's continue. There we go.
Or fossil sites with exceptional preservation.
We were talking about Lagerstätten
On the other
earlier.
hand, the fossil record of bats is also terrible because it's either that or nothing. Most bats are small and have thin, fragile bones. This keeps them light, which makes flight easier, but it also means they don't preserve well. But we are lucky enough to have a few specimens of very old bats. Flying around at the same time as Onychodonycterus, and likely sharing the skies with it, was Echironycterus index. This species also comes from Wyoming, and for a long time it held the title of earliest known definitive bat, since it was first described in 1966. Like Onychodonycterus, which was first published in 2008, Echironycterus dates to around 52.5 million years ago. And because these two bats were already distinct from each other, we know that bats must have evolved sometime before this. Both bats were clearly capable of powered flight, and also looked a lot like most modern insect-eating bats. But modern bats only have claws on 1 or 2 of their digits, and Onychodonycterus had claws on all 5 digits, while Echeironicterus had a well-developed claw on its 2nd digit and bony tips on 3 others. And this ancient bat was probably capable of echolocation because it had specialized features on one of the inner ear bones called the malleus and in the base of its skull that are linked to echolocation in living bats.
So the malleus is one of those bones. Can anybody tell me what the 2 other bones are in the inner ear of mammals? Anybody tell me? There's the malleus, and the... Not the funny bone sheepdog. And Reno got it. Excellent, Claire Burr. Congratulate him for me. Well, the correct answer is... the malleus, the incus, and the stapes, as you will see here. Yeah, malleus, incus, and stapes. These are actually modified jaw bones that over the course of evolution got shunted up into the skull, from the lower jaw up into the skull, into the ear. That's a story for another time, but it's really fascinating. The evolution of the mammalian inner ear is wild and very cool. So yeah, they're jaw bones, literally, sheepdog, yes. Yeah. Here, this... Yeah. Quadrate squamosal articulate? That doesn't sound right. I think it's the articular... the splenial? No, what is it? Well, here's a video about this. Oh boy. Another tangent here, but it'll be a fun one.
Last week, in the journal Nature, researchers announced that they've found a new fossil that might help us understand one of the most unique features of mammals: our ears. Also, the little guy's like really cute, so there's that. Called Jeholbatar kelly.
Yeah, I remember, from China.
By paleontologists in northeast China. It lived in the Cretaceous period about 120 million years ago, and it likely ate things like bugs and plants. It was pretty small.
And it was probably eaten by critters like Sinosauropteryx and young Eutyrannus and critters like that.
Oh, not much bigger.
Can we get some Sinosauropteryx emotes in the chat? This little dinosaur, this guy here, probably would have eaten this critter. I think they're from the same... It's the G-hole biota, right? From the same environment. Yeah.
Than a mouse. Though technically it was not a rodent. It's what's known as a multituberculate, a different mammal group that was pretty successful until they died out about 34 million years ago. So that's neat. It's always fun to find a new fossil species, but this fossil was also special because its ear bones had been preserved. Besides signature adaptations like producing milk or having fur, mammals, including humans, are also known for having unique, complex middle ear bones. These three little bones, called the malleus, the incus, and the stapes,
bingo,
transfer sound from the eardrum to the cochlea. Reptiles, in contrast, typically only have one bone in their ears, the stapes. Thanks to our unique setup, mammals have superb hearing, able to detect much higher frequencies than other land animals. But these bones are also a bit of an evolutionary mystery. We know 2 of them, the malleus and the incus, evolved from bones in our jaws. But eventually they moved up into our ears, and we don't fully understand why. Just because they're helping us hear better now doesn't mean that was the original evolutionary pressure that got them moving. And fossil evidence suggests this actually happened more than once, independently each time. Researchers have proposed a few ideas for why middle ears evolved. Perhaps they really did improve hearing right from the get-go, or maybe the moving bones were a side effect of larger brains reshaping the skull. The evolution of Jeholbatar's ears may actually have had more to do with its diet. Because Jeholbatar is so old, scientists were able to spot one bone seemingly caught in transition from being a part of the jaw to being part of the ear. Analyzing
Very
the
cool.
shape and placement of the bones, the scientists came to the conclusion that the shift wasn't a result of the brain changing the
That
shape
makes
of the
sense.
skull
That
or
sounds
other
far-fetched to
ideas.
start with.
Instead, by moving up towards the ears, the bone was essentially getting out of the way of its chewing.
That makes more sense.
This let Jeholbatar move its jaws in a unique forwards and backwards motion. This improved grinding power and made it easier for the animal to hear over the sound of its own noshing. This doesn't necessarily explain how our middle ears developed. Jeholbatar's group is a cousin to our mammal group, not
It's a
an
multituberculate,
ancestor,
so
and we don't
not a
chew
placental
the
mammal.
same way they did. But it does represent an interesting new hypothesis as to how jawbones can become ears, and it might help explain why multituberculates were so successful for so long. In more modern news, scientists publishing
Anyway, I'll give you a link to this, and then he's going on to the next story. Yeah, but, interesting stuff. Anyway, back to bats with those ear bones.
Because it had specialized features on one of the inner ear bones called the malleus and in the base of its skull that are linked to echolocation in living bats. Also, early bats weren't restricted to North America.
That's really interesting.
There are
Am I
at
able-
least 4 more spectacularly preserved
interesting
taxa of
person.
bats from just a bit later, around 47 million years ago,
that's wild.
from the Messel Pit in Germany, a site we've talked about before. These are also complete or nearly complete skeletons, and in some of them you can even see outlines of their soft tissues. And like
Gorgeous
Echinonicterus,
preservation.
they've got all the hallmarks of modern bats, and several of them seem to have been able to echolocate too. But all of these fossil bats had already mastered powered flight. So how did their ancestors make it into the air in the first place? The answer to that question is tied up with the evolution of another one of the defining features of most bats, echolocation. And among the experts, there are 3 competing hypotheses for how bats evolved. Either echolocation came first, or flight came first, or the two developed together. All 3 hypotheses start with the same basic assumptions based on the traits that are most common in bats today. These are that the bat ancestor was arboreal or lived in the trees, it was insectivorous or ate insects, and it was probably nocturnal. In the echolocation first hypothesis, the bat ancestor would have already had ultrasonic capabilities to start off with. This seems like it could be a possibility because there are modern insectivores, like some species of shrew, that use ultrasound for communication or navigation. So the thinking here goes that this ancestral bat might have reached out from tree branches to snatch passing insects. Over time,
Presumably they're not reaching them with their hands. It made me laugh. Oh boy.
Bat might have reached out from tree branches to snatch passing insects. Over time,
one more time.
Bat might have reached out from tree branches to snatch passing insects. Over time, the super high-pitched calls would have evolved into
yoink.
sonar that it could use to track its
Yeah.
prey. And being arboreal, its digits would have been selected to get longer, with a membrane stretched between them to more effectively capture food. Those long webbed hands would have then been co-opted for gliding, when the animal started
I don't know
leaping to
about
get at
this.
insects that
Yeah.
flew further and further from its perch, and eventually it acquired adaptations for powered flight. But the main problem with this hypothesis is that this kind of hunting behavior, catching insects that just happen to fly where you can reach them, hasn't been observed in the wild.
That's why it looks so funny, is because there's not a modern creature that does this, where it's just like snatching bugs out of the air with its hands, you know? Yeah.
Plus, weirdly enough, it turns out that it takes a lot of energy to echolocate, especially when you're stationary. So this whole feeding strategy seems pretty inefficient. So what if they flew first instead? In this model, powered flight evolved from a gliding ancestor, which had originally started by leaping between trees or branches.
That is something that we see again and again. Like, we know that gliding is not a difficult thing to evolve. At least in the sense that we've got multiple examples of this happening, you know? there's a bunch of different unrelated gliding mammals. You've got flying squirrels, which are a kind of rodent. You've got sugar gliders, which are a kind of marsupial. They've got a pouch, for crying out loud. Not related to rodents. You've got colugos, who are basically like proto-primates. Like that gliding ability is something that's not... Apparently it's not that difficult to evolve, at least in the sense that it's happened multiple times, you know?
Arboreal creature
yeah.
would have developed longer digits and a membrane between them as part of its gliding phase, eventually transitioning into powered flight. Once this proto-bat was flying around, it likely encountered insects, possibly scooping them up with its wings or catching them out of the air. And from there, an energy-efficient form of echolocation developed, with bats exhaling and squeaking in time with their wing beats. Some researchers have argued against this idea, saying that a leaping or gliding nocturnal animal without specialized senses, either vision or echolocation, wouldn't have been able to see where it was trying to land. But here at least the fossil record can tell us something. The skeleton of Onychodonycterus shows us that it was definitely capable of powered flight, but it didn't have the cranial features that are linked to echolocation. Because the skull was partially crushed, we can't tell if it had larger eyes like many nocturnal gliding and leaping creatures do, such as flying squirrels, but it's still good evidence that flight likely came first. But there's still the third option to consider, that maybe echolocation and flight evolved in tandem. In this hypothesis, the bat ancestor originally used ultrasound to communicate and was able to start using it like basic sonar to help it plot its nighttime leaps between branches. As its ability to echolocate evolved in power, so too did its ability to make longer jumps, which eventually turned into gliding and powered flight. And those two adaptations, stronger echolocation and powered flight, made bats the stealthy aerial predators of insects that many still are today. The problem with this model is that Onychodonycterus didn't echolocate, but it did fly. Okay, so it seems that the fossil evidence we have is in favor of the flight first hypothesis. So that's one piece of the puzzle of bat origins that we can kind of snap into place, but it still doesn't tell us where bats came from. To figure out where bats truly fit in the mammal family tree, paleontologists have teamed up with geneticists to study the DNA of living bats. For a long time, bats were thought to be part of the superorder Arconta.
Yep. Which is basically primates and their relatives like colugos. With the colugos there. And tree shrews. And primates.
The group that includes tree shrews, colugos, and primates, because those are the mammals they look the most like. Now, superorders are, by their very nature, incredibly diverse, but members of Arconta do share a lot of the same skeletal features, from the presence of a tiny bone in the inner ear to the particular way their ankle bones fit together. And some studies even suggested that bats and colugos were more closely related to each other than to the rest of the group, based on some features of their hands, elbows, and feet. Colugos are nocturnal, arboreal, and they glide using a membrane of skin stretched between their limbs, just like the transitional pre-bat is hypothesized to have done. So it's easy to see why scientists thought that they were closely related.
But this is before we really had ways of testing this through genetic means, looking at their DNA to see who's actually more closely related to whom. You know, to go subsurface, beyond just appearances.
And in the 1980s,
hey, Foxhole Research, welcome,
an Australian neuroscientist even suggested that fruit bats evolved from primates based on similarities in the patterns of connections between the retina and the brain. But in more than 24 molecular studies carried out since the early 1990s, bats have never grouped with Arconta. Instead, all of these studies put bats in a totally different superorder.
Laurasia-theria. There you go.
Laurasia-theria. This includes a number of the placental mammals that are thought to have originated on the supercontinent Laurasia during the late Cretaceous period.
So yeah, that's things like artiodactyls and perissodactyls, the even-toed and odd-toed ungulates, respectively. There's things like whales, too, which are part of Artiodactyla. And yeah, it's a cool group, Laurasia-theria.
And this group is also very diverse, including the orders.
And Axeman.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Thank you for that, Axeman.
A great Halloween combo.
There you go, Axeman. Yeah. Although Mini Pie is also very festive around Christmas, Thanksgiving, 4th of July, Arbor Day. Yeah. You know, black goes with everything, you know. So she's, yeah. Always stylish. Oh, Mini Pie. Yeah. Oh, careful there. Just hit your face on the microphone stand. You okay? Are you alright? I'm sorry. You gotta be careful, Mini Pie. You gotta be a little bit more careful. Yeah. Oh. Cats always land on their face. There you go, Main Glory, yeah. Anyway. Laurasia. What was I telling you? Yeah. We've got bears, artiodactyls like camels and whales, perissodactyls like horses, carnivorans like bears, and then pangolins are part of this group too. Laurasia. Pretty neat.
Containing moles, camels, horses, whales, pangolins, and bears, most of which look nothing like bats. So that's right, it turns out that bats are more closely related to whales than they are to us. Within this group, analyses...
I promise you I didn't watch this video before I was talking about how bats are closer to whales than they are to primates like us, but there you go, you know? Yeah. Good stuff.
Usually place bats with a clade that contains pangolins, carnivores, and ungulates, or as the sister group of shrews, moles, and maybe hedgehogs. But it's still really unclear who within Laurasia bats are most closely related to and how. They seem to have come from some very primitive mammal near the base of Laurasia that also gave rise to one or more of the other groups in the superorder. Another benefit of all these genetic data is that it can give us a sense of when bats became a thing. According to studies based on that model known as the molecular clock, bats seem to have originated around 65 million years ago, just after the extinction of the non-avian dinosaurs. So where does that leave us in the understanding of bat origins? Well, we seem to be getting closer to figuring out the order in which bats evolved their most distinctive traits, and it looks like flight came first, followed closely by echolocation. And we're still digging up wonderfully preserved early bat fossils. As genomics continues to grow as a field, we will hopefully be able to zero in on exactly what group bats are closest to. And this might be able to tell us what kinds of traits to look for in a bat ancestor. It may end up looking totally different from what we've expected. After all, it's happened before. But for the moment, the lack of enough evidence both in the ground and in their DNA is keeping the true origins of bats in the dark.
Interesting stuff. Very, very cool video here from PBS Eons. Here is a link to that video there. Very cool. Pretty neat. I'm hearing some noises coming from the 3D printer. I might want to go check on... Yeah, let me go look at this. Printing a Megalosaurus lower jaw for the SVP auction. Good. Yeah, we're doing fine. Oh, Mini Pie. Yeah, we're doing fine. That's not a great color to show up on camera, though. I'll remember that. That kind of dark brown, not ideal. Let me check something else real quick. I'm expecting a delivery today. And I want to know if it's showed up yet. Quite yet, it looks like. I'm surprised they said it would show up today. I just was notified of the order yesterday. Oh, I'll see you later, Mini Pie. Thanks for joining us. Doesn't say it's out for delivery yet. They said delivery today, but I kind of doubt that. And Raven22, what is this shoe bill that you're talking about? It's not like we have several emotes of that remarkable creature in this channel. It's not like it's one of my favorite extant birds. It's not like I'm currently working on that bird for an upcoming publication. Claire, what shoe bill? Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. It's the bill you get after buying new shoes. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. That's gotta be it. Yeah. Let's see. Trying to find a decent video on bat biodiversity. Here, while we're talking about bats, I think we've watched this before. Here's a nifty video. Not about bird watching, but bat watching. Tips from a wildlife biologist. Let's take a look at this. Oh, Reese, thank you for gifting a sub to Raven.
One sub to Raven22
I appreciate that, Reese. Thank you, thank you.
They have given 30 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you for your generosity, Reese. Enjoy not having to watch any ads at all for the next month, Raven. There you go. Good stuff.
This video is proudly brought to you by the Wildlife Diversity Program at the Texas
Wildlife Diversity Program.
Bat watching can be entertaining for the entire family. So what's the best way to start? Let's begin with
try using your eyeballs. I'm kidding. I'm going to stop being snarky. This is going to be really neat. There are places in Texas that are famous for their bat populations. Austin, Texas, in particular, has got a huge population of, I want to say they're Mexican free-tail bats. Could be wrong about that. They nest under bridges, structures like that.
some basic bat watching tips. Tip 1. Do a little research beforehand to find which bat roosts you want to visit.
Nice.
Select a site and learn the details, like tour times, fees, and more. Most bat watching locations are either outside caves, where the bats hang by their toes on the walls, or in bridges near water, where the bats roost in tight crevices or cling to the concrete walls.
Very cool stuff. Miss Capri Kel says, I visited my sister in Austin, and we sat on a restaurant and watched when the bats came out. It was amazing. Very cool. That's pretty neat. I'm a little jealous.
The bats awaken at sunset and prepare for the hunt. For insects, that is.
Yeah.
Tip 2.
Not really
Timing
hunting
is everything.
elephants.
Bats are most active during summer and early fall, so plan your visit for one of those months.
Huh.
Tip 3. Check sunset time for the day of your visit and arrive early so you don't miss any action. Tip 4. Take advantage of any interpretive signage or guided tours to learn more about the local bats. Some sites even offer boat tours to view the bat emergence from below. Tip 5. Find a comfortable spot to sit and wait. Roll out a blanket or bring a camp chair. Maybe even enjoy a snack. Tip 6. As sunset begins, relax and enjoy nature's display with all your senses. Listen to the birds and bats. Smell the bat guano. You get the idea. Tip 7.
It's important to remember to stop and smell the bat guano, you know?
You won't need any special equipment to bat watch. Feel free to bring binoculars or a camera. Tip 8. Please be kind to the bat's eyes and avoid using the camera flash or bright lights.
Yeah.
Maybe do a little bird watching while you wait.
Is that a black-crowned night heron right there? Ooh, looks like it. Yeah, very cool. I think herons will occasionally eat bats if they get a chance.
Tip 9. Watch for the bat predators to appear like hawks, owls, and herons.
There you go.
Their arrival usually means your wait time is almost over.
Yeah.
Tip 10. To avoid smelling like a bat, step away from the bat roost areas. Bats void waste prior to flight, so give the bats plenty of room to fly.
By void waste, she means they poop right before they take off. So yeah, get out of the way. Don't be under the bats when they're taken off, because they will, they'll doo-doo on your head, you know? Weight-saving measures. There you go, Claire. Yeah.
And a reminder, you might see a bat land on the ground. For your safety, please don't touch any bats.
Oops, sorry, Architecty.
And
Finger
so
slip
the
there.
wait
You're
is
good.
ending. The bat flight begins with a little swirl. As they circle, the bats warm up their wings and gather information such as weather data or whether predators are nearby. And then a brave bat takes the leap and they're off. Their
How
flight can
cool
be
is
seen on
that?
local weather radars. On clear nights, you can watch bats streaming across the sky in waves like smoke in the distance.
Very
Bats are
cool.
beneficial to us as nightly insect control, and they're fun to watch. So please
Pretty
take time to
neat.
enjoy our Texas nature.
Super cool. Super cool. Here's a link to that video right here. Let me get it for you. Now, some of you might be familiar with the idea of a bat box. Let's talk about that. Anybody here in chat have a bat box in their home, at their place of work? Anything like that? Bat boxes are really, really simple. They can be an absolute boon for your local bats, giving them a place to live, place to roost. They can help cut down on mosquitoes in your area because one bat can eat an awful lot of mosquitoes.
When you're looking to hang up your
Here.
bat box... Hi, my name's Michaela and I'm from Bat Conservation International, and I want to share a few tips with you about bat boxes. So
Several
why
work
have
very
one?
cool.
Well, there's a lot of good reasons, but the best one is that bats are
Your friend
leaving
does cool
habitat all
architecting.
around the
Yeah.
world, and having one of these in your backyard gives them a safe place to sleep. When you're looking to hang up your bat box, one of the things you need to remember is not to put it on a tree. The main reason is because it allows predators to get near your box. Predators like owls and hawks can sit in the branches around the bat box waiting for the bats to drop out.
Also, she didn't mention this, but I'm pretty darn sure this is true. Squirrels. Squirrels will go in there and just eat the bats while they're asleep during the day. Well, the bats are asleep during the day. Squirrels can just climb up the tree and get in there and just bite the bats' heads off, basically. They'll do that kind of thing. Squirrels can be pretty vicious, honestly.
Another reason why we don't put bat boxes on trees is that we need 15 to 20 feet below the box so that the bats can leave. Bats find it really hard to take off from a stationary position. They actually need to drop and then glide out to be able to take flight. So that's why we need some clear area underneath. One of the best places to put your bat box is on a house. Having it on a house means there's lots of clear room underneath the box. And the house helps insulate the bat box itself, so there's stable temperatures inside for the bats to keep them lovely and warm.
So they prefer warmer temperatures. That's why I haven't put up the bat box here at my house yet. Or rather, the cat's house, I should say. Their tenant, after all. Well, because I haven't been able to get up high enough. Like 15 feet off the ground. And also on the correct side of the house that gets the most sunlight during the day. It might seem counterintuitive that you want to put a bat box in a particularly sunny place, but you want it to be like the warmest part of the house. So maybe like a southward facing side of the house. Because you want the interior temperature to be as close to like 80 degrees Fahrenheit at all times as possible.
One of the great places to put your bat box is under the eaves of your roof. As you can see, right up here.
Huh.
Another alternative for putting a bat box on your house is actually mounting them on a pole. This works really well for multi-chamber bat boxes, or if you have two single
Pole on your
bat
house?
boxes and you can mount them back to back. One of the questions we get all the time is, what color should I paint my bat house? Well, that really depends on where you live.
Yep.
This map shows the different regions where we recommend you paint your bat box a different color. Those colors can range from dark colors like black and brown, right through to light colors like white and
This
gray.
is so cool. I love this map right here because it's just a beautiful like proxy for, for local climate. In the Southwest, you want it white because it's so hot here. They get so much sunlight. It's just really, really warm. Here in the San Francisco Bay Area, along the coast, yeah, you want to have it be dark brown or black. The bat box that I have is dark brown. Because we get those cool coastal breezes that come through. The Pacific Ocean is helping regulate the temperature. Keep it nice and stable, but also keep it cooler than it is in the continental interior. This is neat.
These different color temperatures will help keep your bat box in a stable, nice condition for your bats.
Seems like a great idea. Yeah, Otter, do
Any
it.
more questions or need more tips about bat boxes? You can reach us at batcon.org.
Batcon.org. Here's a link to that video right there. Very cool. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. And let's take a look at this video too. Mousetrap Genius, I think.
Hey guys, welcome.
238,000 views. It's a good enough endorsement. Let's take a look.
To another episode of Mousetrap Genius. Well, as it gets to be spring and summer outside, there are going to be more and more annoying flying insects that can be annoying and sometimes dangerous in the case of things like mosquitoes that can spread Zika and West Nile and other terrible diseases. Now, there is a great natural defense against flying insects out there. And that is an animal that's actually very closely related to our favorite, the mouse. It's kind of a distant cousin of the mouse.
It's not, actually. We spent, I don't know how long talking about this today. Rodents are not very close to bats at all. Bats are closer to whales than they are to mice, So, gay hibiscus, exactly, that is wrong. Wrong right there. Yeah. In what world are bats closely related to mice?
Wow, the land of make-believe.
Yeah, there you go.
That has wings. You guessed it. It's the bat. Now, bats eat millions and millions upon millions of flying insects every day during the spring and summer months. So, I would much rather have
He does look
bats
kind of like
than
Stephen Merchant, doesn't he?
mosquitoes and
He's
other
a
flying
cat, yeah.
insects around. How can I encourage bats to live near where I live? Well, one of the best things you can do is provide a habitat for them. Bats like to live in tight crevices in wooden structures.
Which is true. Yeah, that is true. Hornsfan says you need the Price is Right lose sound, but unfortunately, I don't have it. Disappointing. Anywho.
And mosquitoes and other flying insects around. How can I encourage bats to live near where I live? Well, one of the best things you can do is provide a habitat for them. Bats like to live in tight crevices in wooden structures, kind of like beneath the bark of a tree or in window frames, as you may have experienced before if they invaded your house or apartment. So, an ideal bat house is something that would emulate a structure like that. It would be a tight space made out of wood with some surfaces that the bats can hang upside down off of when they're sleeping it out during the daytime.
Mayor Space says most of the mosquitoes that bug us aren't even the native ones. It's true. Yeah. We got all those nasty invasive disease spreading Aedes aegypti, so we need not feel bad about eliminating as many as we can. It's a huge issue in places like Hawaii. Hawaii, I don't think, had native mosquitoes, and then when invasive mosquitoes were brought to Hawaii, they just wrought havoc on the local bird populations. There's a bunch of bird species that have gone extinct because of the introduction of mosquitoes. Here, take a look at this.
Federal and state officials are working to save native Hawaiian birds on the brink of extinction by targeting mosquitoes. Our Mark Carpenter reports.
Now, just to provide some context on why so many are pushing for a solution, 11 native Hawaiian honeycreeper species are endangered or threatened, and it's estimated only 5 akikiki birds are living in the wild on Kauai. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife
Individual birds, 5 individual birds.
Recently finalized a joint study that shows incompatible insect technique would not have negative impacts on the environment. It is a population control process where mosquitoes are infected with a bacteria that prevents them from reproducing, which then reduces the spread of avian malaria to native birds. The technique is drawing criticism, however, as opponents say not enough studies have been done, and it could potentially be harmful to birds.
I'm very concerned, one, that this could have a serious impact on the native birds that it's intended to save, because if there's a possibility that the mosquitoes could be more capable of transmitting the avian malaria, that could be devastating.
Really, our focus is helping these species to recover, and this is the tool that we have identified as having the best hope for the species in the immediate future.
Oh, cool. That's
the environmental nonprofit Hawaii Unites is legally challenging use of IIT on both Kauai and Maui. DLNR and federal agencies would release the mosquitoes over 60,000 acres in the Kokee and Alakai wilderness area. The goal is to begin by early next year. Mark Carpenter, Hawaii News Now.
Anyway, yeah. Mosquitoes are bad news, much of the time. Native mosquitoes can be a really important part of the ecosystem. They are a really important part of the ecosystem that they evolved in. But oftentimes the mosquitoes we have in environments were ones that were introduced by people, and they just wreak havoc. Anywho, if you don't like being bitten by mosquitoes near your home, one way to help mitigate that, one way to help keep the mosquito populations, the numbers down, is to put up a bat box.
Now, bat houses that are like that are actually pretty easy to build if you're comfortable using a circular saw and a screwdriver and measuring and all that stuff. And in fact, I'll actually go ahead and post some step-by-step instructions for how you can build a bat house down in the video description. What if, though, you don't know how to do that, or you just don't have time? Well, it turns out there are tons and tons and tons of models of pre-made bat houses for sale online that you can just order and have shipped straight to your house. I looked at a whole bunch of them and decided to go with one that I thought was the best. This is a bat house made by the Audubon Society.
Oh, okay.
Made out of cedar wood, and I'll tell you why that's
probably a little
important.
pricey.
Cedar actually has a natural immunity to rot and a lot of different insects that would tend to turn untreated wood into mush after a couple of years outside, nailed to a post in the elements. Now, you don't want treated wood because that will be bad for the bats or might even cause them to not live there. So the fact that it's made out of cedar is very important, and you can actually smell that it's made out of cedar. It's extremely aromatic. It's also made of rough hewn wood, which is important because there's lots of little grooves on there for the bats to grab onto, but also the fact that it's not sanded very much makes it much more like a bat's natural habitat and makes it much easier for them to hang on to and live inside of. And this guy can actually hold up to 20 bats at once as
wow. It slaps the roof. You could fit so many bats in this baby.
residents. It's also handcrafted and made in the USA, in case that's important to you. So it meets a lot of criteria that I think are important in a good bat house. Getting the right bat house, though, or building it correctly, is only half the battle, though. A big part of it is also placement. When you're placing a bat house, there are really, I think, three main factors that you want to keep in mind. First, it needs to have sunlight. Bats like a warm environment.
This is what I was telling you about earlier.
You need to be careful if you hang this up on the side of a tree in the springtime when there aren't leaves out yet, and then there end up being leaves and it's in shade all day. Bats probably won't like that. Likewise, if
it only costs $30? That's nuts. That's so cheap.
That doesn't get sunlight.
Way less than I thought it would be.
Aren't going to like that either. They like to just soak in those rays during the daytime when they're resting. So direct sunlight as much as possible is very important, particularly if you live in a cooler climate zone, like, as you can see, I do. The second thing is proximity to water. Bats need to drink water, just like most other things do. And if there's no water around, bats probably aren't going to come. So if you can...
So I used to live right next to the canal between Oakland and Alameda, California. And I put out a bat box. It was there for about a year, and I never had any bats move into it, to my knowledge. I had to take it down when I moved. No bats inside. Sometimes they just take a while to move in, I guess. I lived on the 3rd floor of the apartment buildings. There was more than enough drop-off space for them. I've seen bats flying around at night there. They love to cruise around and eat mosquitoes out of the air. But yeah, it was brackish water sometimes. It's like a tidal estuary. So there's salt water and fresh water that kind of mix there. And maybe... I don't know. I saw plenty of bats in the area, so I don't know why they never took to it, but they didn't.
Place this near a pond or a stream or something like that, then that's excellent. And it also has the added bonus of attracting the insects that the bats
There you
like
go,
to
Gamers
eat.
Tavern
You're more
Show,
likely
yeah.
to find mosquitoes and other flying insects around sources of water. And last but not least, you want to put it in a place where the bats will not be disturbed. If it's right next to a busy road or something like that where cars are constantly driving past, then the bats probably won't like that very much and may just never decide to move in. Likewise, you don't want to put it somewhere where it's going to be attacked by a dog or cat or vandalized by,
you know, an elephant or something.
People who just don't like bats. So those are 3 things to keep in mind when placing a bat house. And right here is...
Actually, that was so much darker. He said vandalized by people who don't like bats.
People who just don't like bats.
That's a horrible thought, that like a human being would vandalize a bat house because they don't like bats. Anyway. I'm not even a mammal guy, and I think bats are really cool, you know? Yeah. Scorch Hellfire says there's a lot of people who are still scared of them. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we're doing this stream today, you know? Yeah. And Shark G33 says, oh, Shark Geek says, sadly, I'm sure those things happen. Yeah. Shark Geek, hey, welcome to Paleontologizing. I like your name. Do you like sharks, Shark Geek? And do you like other chondrichthyan fishes? Because if so, you'll want to tune into Thursday's stream. I'm a conservationist and I write metal music about them. Very cool. Well, we are having a special stream on Thursday for International Sawfish Day. Right here. Sawfish aren't quite sharks. They're more closely related to rays. But they are super awesome. And we're going to be talking all about them. Here's a sawfish rostrum right here. A 3D printed one that I have. Rather than like purchasing one for way too much money and contributing to the problem. Sawfish numbers declining. I thought, let me just 3D print one. Anyway, we'll be talking all about sawfish and their conservation on Thursday. So, yeah. And Turgis says Shark Geek is a legend, even makes heavy metal shark music. Very cool. Well, it's great to meet you, Shark Geek. I'm in Florida. I love sawfish. Well, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Awesome. Very, very cool. Yeah. And Beyond Fang says metal and sharks. Yes, please. Very cool. Yeah, cool stuff. Cool stuff. Trying to bring an Onchopristis rostrum. An adult would be huge. Comes from Carnotaurus, yeah. They're not true sawfish, though. They're a different lineage. An Agent Worthless, thank you for the 200 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff. Anyway, before I get too distracted, let's get back to our bat boxes here, shall we? Well, let me get a little bit more distracted. brief detour. Let's just talk about sawfish for a second. We'll be talking about them extensively on Thursday. There we go. 17th of October. Yes, indeed. Day after tomorrow. Sawfish are such cool animals. All of the extant species of sawfish that I'm aware of are endangered. One of the keys to helping protect these animals is doing more about them, getting people educated. So that's what we're doing on Thursday. We'll also be talking a little bit about convergent evolution, because that saw-like rostrum has evolved multiple times in different lineages of chondrichthyan fishes. Saw sharks, which are not related to sawfish, have a similar thing going on. And then there are extinct saw skates from the Cretaceous period. Things like Onchopristis that got that similar rostrum there. Cool stuff. Anyway, sawfish are amazing animals. They're really, really neat. We'll be talking all about them on Thursday, so don't miss it. Anywho, back to our bat boxes here.
So those are 3 things to keep in mind when placing a bat house, and right here is a bat house that should work very well for you if you follow those 3 steps. I hope this video was helpful. I will post the link to this Audubon Society bat house on Amazon.com down in the video description, and if you found this video helpful, I'd be really honored if you used our link. Also, don't forget to subscribe to Mousetrap
There's the link
Genius
there.
For more helpful
Link to the
videos
video
just
anyway.
like this one. I hope it was helpful, and until next time, I hope you have a great bat-filled day.
Oh, we certainly are. Oh, yeah. Good stuff. So yeah, we were talking a lot about bat phylogeny earlier. The evolution of bats, what they're related to, and what they're not closely related to. Bats, very obviously, are not birds. And yet, 2 years ago, the New Zealand Bird of the Year award went to a bat. Check this out. Here we go.
Bird of the Year has a serious conservation message behind it, and it's all about raising awareness of native species. So
bad audio
about
here.
80% of birds in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and 90% of seabirds are threatened or at risk of extinction. So we really need to make sure people learn about birds so that they want to protect them, protect their habitats, and take action on climate change.
Those are really significantly high numbers. So it's a bit puzzling to learn that this year you've included bats. Why bats? They're not birds.
It's true. Bats are sneaky mammals that come out at night, and New Zealand has the pleasure of having only one native land mammal, only one, and that's our native bat, or peka peka. So they're really special, and a lot of people in New Zealand and around the world don't even know they exist. So I guess alongside protecting our amazing native birds, we want to raise awareness and help people learn about our bats as well. And when people get excited about protecting bats, well, their habitats are the same as the birds that live in Aotearoa. So I guess it's a win-win for everyone. The more people learn and get excited about nature.
Yes, and the bats have kind of taken a battering during COVID, haven't they?
And Gamers Tavern Show says, I mean, if the goal is to raise awareness, being wrong like that is a good way to get extra media coverage. Exactly. I think that's exactly what they were trying to do here. I think that was the strategy. Yeah.
They haven't had the best reputation. They sort of blamed for the whole pandemic without us really knowing for sure. And I understand.
And it wasn't the bats' fault. You know, bats didn't cause COVID. It was people that took those bats and put them in cages and brought them to markets and, you know, that's where zoonotic disease comes from. It isn't from animals trying to be malicious and give us diseases. It's people exploiting those animals, eating them, ingesting those diseases. You know how it goes.
And they are out in front at the moment in the voting.
That's right. Our latest voting update has the bats in the lead. They are soaring into being front runners. So it could be an interesting bird of the year finish, but I know that those birds, they're scrappy and they will fight to the very end. I'm sure we'll see the claws come out.
Oh, and there was a voter fraud scandal, talking of the claws coming out, last year. What steps have you taken to prevent it happening again?
Yeah, so bird of the year is no stranger to controversy. We do have occasional voting scandals, people trying to get in, rig the vote. And last year was a big one. We had 1,500 fraudulent votes for the kiwi puku, the little spotted kiwi. So
what?
Every year we try to make more measures
Ballot
in
box
place
stuffing?
so that can't happen. And we even have a volunteer voting scrutineer who has a look at the data and makes sure that everything is above board, because we have to have a free and fair bird election, of course.
As long as there's no Trump bird involved, you might be able to this year.
Oh, boy.
We hope so.
We hope so. Social media, is it playing a role? Their TikTok...
Anyway, yeah, the thing is, I think the bats won. Is it here?
Hey, I'm Leela. Let's see what's been making news. Controversy over New Zealand's favourite bird. The game where you get to be Prime Minister, and it's an alien.
All right, let's get to the birds.
What's your favourite bird? Is it a duck, a penguin, maybe a kiwi? Well, for the last 16 years, people around the globe have been voting in New Zealand's Bird of the Year online poll. But this year, there's one little addition that's causing big controversy. Here's Ken.
Birds. They're our beaked and feathered friends. From the albatross to the penguin to the
bat. Bats aren't birds. This can't be right.
Yeah, a New Zealand conservation group's Bird of the Year poll has added the native long-tail bat to this year's shortlist. And people online are torn.
Yeah, nah, mammals aren't birds.
Bats. Once you go leather, you'll never go feather.
Not a bird, but it's extremely cute.
Bats.
Laura, what's going on? Birds.
Oh, it's the same gal from the other video.
Those bats, they just snuck in there in the night. But including bats in Bird of the Year is helping people get to know our endangered.
I really appreciate her affect and like how animated she is, and she's like the perfect person for this job. I can see why she's the spokesperson for the Bird of the Year poll. Like, she's fantastic at this.
Including bats in Bird of the Year is helping people get to know our endangered native bats.
Forest and Bird has been running Bird of the Year for 16 years now, with winners like the Kareru, the Kiwi, the Kia, and other birds not beginning with K.
So Bird of the Year is a chance for New Zealanders and people all over the planet to get to know the unique native species that live in New Zealand. And the more that we know our birds, the more we love them, and then we'll want to protect them and make sure our environment is healthy.
Laura says these tiny native bats have the body size of a thumb and the wingspan of a hand, and are so rare that scientists don't know how many remain in the wild.
Shoot.
Voting opens up next Monday, so you've got lots of time to research your favourite bird, or bat, and start a campaign for your 2021 Bird or Bat of the Year.
Prime Minister Scott.
Anyway, what year was this? This was 3 years ago. Did they end up winning? The native bat of Aotearoa, New Zealand, the peka peka, is unlike any other bat in the world. Well, it's from New Zealand, for one. There are only native land mammal, so it's excluding marine mammals, and used to be common in Aotearoa. These tiny critters forage on the forest floor. They do spend most of their time on the ground, don't they? Looking for bugs. Peka peka roost together and nurse their young in hollow trees. Where they're especially vulnerable to attack. Oh boy. From stoats, which are invasive, and rats, possums, and feral cats, all invasive, all introduced by people. Peka peka numbers are dwindling, approaching extinction. But we're starting to turn this around. Monitoring results show peka peka thriving at sites with ongoing predator control. At Eglinton Valley and Fiordland, and close monitoring has showed a significant upswing in short-tailed bat populations due to predator control. Short-tailed bats in Eglinton are increasing by 8% per year, and 10% per year over at Pureora. But they need bigger areas without predators to thrive. We need to keep turning the tide for the peka peka, so that one day colonies like this one on predator-free Wainuahau could thrive on the mainland. It's possible. If we do the Mahi. Does that work? In Maori? It's a guess. Pretty cool stuff. Moving from New Zealand to Australia. Let's take a look at this. Watching somebody on the internet watch bat videos on the internet, you know? Or rather, you're watching me watch someone watch bat videos on the internet. It's just like just a term for bats that happen to be large. It's actually a clade name. So, like, all of those bats are related to one another. Here, I'll show you on our tree of life here. Go to Chiroptera, the bats. So there's microbats and there's megabats. Those are two different groups. So the origin of bats is something like 59 million years ago. It's probably closer to like 65, honestly. But anyway, you've got the megabats and the microbats. There's many more species of microbat than megabat. But the megabats, sometimes called flying foxes, or I think somebody was saying in Germany they get called flying dogs or something. These are mostly fruit eaters. I think some of them might eat nectar, that kind of thing. But yeah. They're called ghost bats because they eat ghosts. Temperature. So, like, fatal temperature for a mammal is about 45 degrees Celsius. And bats, when they're flying, their internal temperature gets up to like 40. So they're kind of right up there, bumping their heads against the ceiling of, like, you know, temperature before they die. Just by virtue of flying. They run hot in general, you know? And so, with global climate change and increasing temperatures, you're going to have more and more of these events where the bats just... gotta love bats. They are such interesting critters. There's a news report from Texas kind of putting the same idea forward here.
They're spooky, often misunderstood, but bats are really good for us.
Yeah, not just Batman, actual bats. Many of us have enjoyed seeing them under the water.
Not just Batman. Oh, news. And the way that bats are actually good for us. Like, Shulus makes it sound like we should be eating bats or something. Anyway. Fantasy Pharmacy, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Austin is famous for his bats. Yes, indeed.
Wall Street Bridge. Zach Lasway's got more on a special bond Texas has with bats and how they can help our health, our environment, and our economy.
As the sun sets in downtown Houston, bats emerge from crevices between Waugh Drive Bridge's beams, attracting dozens of people.
Pretty neat. At first they come out a little bit and then they just burst out all together and...
That's a Houston channel, though. Yeah, there you go, Gamers Tavern Show, yeah.
Create like a cloud of them and just head off to where they go.
Where they go can be destinations of up to 50 miles away. That's 100 miles round trip, traveling speeds of up to 55 miles per hour.
That's pretty impressive. I bet half the people watching in chat right now can't even fly at speeds of over 50 miles per hour, or, you know, travel 100 miles in a given night, flapping their arms. I bet you most of you can't even manage that. That's pretty impressive from a, you know, little mammal that big.
Some bats can travel 99 miles per hour. The harder they work, the better it is for us, according to Suzanne Jurek, a member of Houston area bat team.
They save us a lot of money. This colony alone in this bridge that we're standing under will eat 2 tons of insects every night when they come out.
Suzanne says this saves farmers and ranchers millions of dollars each year.
They've been able to cut back on their chemical pesticide use. So number one, the farmers are saving money on their supplies, their pesticides. Number two, we're getting fruits and vegetables with less chemicals on it. And number three, these bats are getting an amazing meal.
Suzanne adds, if you enjoy margaritas, you can thank the only mammal capable of true powered flight.
Bats pollinate the agave plant, which is what is used to
talked
make
about this
tequila.
earlier.
According to Texas Parks and Wildlife, there are more than 1,300 species of bats worldwide. 30 of those species hang upside down in Texas, more than any other state. Houston is home to 11 species. Most live in trees, alone, in small groups, or large colonies. All bats in Houston eat insects. There are no vampire bats or fruit bats in our neck of the woods. The Mexican free-tailed bat is the most common bat in Texas, living in large colonies. Texas's bond with bats is...
I did say Mexican free-tailed bat earlier, didn't I? I was just kind of guessing, and I'm glad that I wasn't totally off base there. I agree with you, Gay Hibiscus, yeah. Everything is made of my body is made out of chemicals, you know? Like, chemical phobia is one of those things that does bug me as a scientist, but she meant, like, you know, pesticides, essentially. Yeah.
Is special, as we have the largest bat colony in the world at Bracken Cave outside of San Antonio. Its population, get this, 20 million. Some 300,000 bats call Waugh Drive Bridge home. And in Huntsville, close to 1 million bats live in an abandoned state prison building.
We take in injured and orphan wildlife, number one. This is their hands, their ears.
Mary Warwick is executive director at Houston Humane Society TWRC Wildlife Center. She is also the only bat rehabber in Houston at the moment. Mary says as we enter colder months, bats might try to crevice deeper into people's attics. Here's a tip if you do not want them there.
Wait until evening when all the bats have come out. And this is a good time of year to do it because there are no babies, but they can let the bats all come out and then seal it up, and the bats will find somewhere else to go.
A lot of tips. Okay, so you're probably wondering about rabies. Less than 1% of bats have rabies, according to Texas Parks and Wildlife. One disease threatening bats across North America is white nose syndrome. It's a fatal fungus for bats and has wiped out colonies across the country. It's been detected here in Texas as well. White nose syndrome does not cause illness in people, but people can spread the fungus from colony to colony on their clothes, so just wash your clothes if you are visiting these other places. And lastly, a lot of experts do recommend bat houses, but they have to have the right temperature and they have to be facing the correct direction with a source of water nearby.
Right, because that was my next question. I think for a lot of us, we're like, hey, we've all got bugs around the house. We'd love to let the bats take over.
Now I'm
Pest
watching
control.
that, I'm not so afraid.
Yeah, and a good thing to do with your children if you want to build these homes. But yeah, bats are extremely beneficial to our environment. Of course, rabies is a factor too, and it scares some people, but
very small factor.
Yes, a very small factor.
Hey, thanks, Zach.
Zach,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Anyway, not a bad report. I'll give you a link to that right here. And local news. I know, Ken. Yeah. Trying at least. It was better than I thought it was going to be. Anyway, it's good to see you, Ken. I hope you're doing well. Here's some more local news. So buckle up, Ken, and everybody else. Uh-oh, what happened? YouTube is... The page just went totally black for a second. Well, well, well. Fluffy Deinonychus, however you want to say it. Thank you for the 28 months of support right there. Did you change your name recently or something? Welcome, welcome. I don't recognize that name. But hello, hello. Deinonychus. You know, potato, tomato. It's, formerly Maximum Darnage. Well, well, well. I like your new name. Yeah. Interesting spelling for it, but I like it. Excellent. Thank you. Fluffy Deinonychus. Appreciate you. Good stuff. Yeah. Wildlife expert explains why Bay Area has booming bat population. I happen to live here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. And I've seen a fair number of bats around here, but I know that across much of California, bats are declining in population. Are their numbers rising here in the Bay Area? That's, I certainly hope so. Let's take a look.
Bats are, of course, synonymous with Halloween, but are they also synonymous?
That's why we're talking about them today. There's the Bay Bridge right there in the back. Very cool. Local landmarks.
Bats are, of course, synonymous with Halloween, but are they also synonymous with the Bay Area? That answer may surprise you. It's yes, at least right now. Joining us live to talk more about that is Matt Sharp-Cheney, a wildlife biologist from Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District. Matt, thanks for your time.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
This definitely captured our attention the day before Christmas. We're seeing a surge in bats in the Bay Area. What is up with that? Tell us about it.
Yeah, so people might be noticing more bats.
Bad audio. You know, scientists, researchers, get yourself a decent microphone, you know? Oh, boy.
Out and about on the landscape than they have previously. And what's kind of happening right now in the bat life cycle is the bat maternity roosting season, which takes place in the summertime, where bats are often gathering in big colonies and having young pups. They're now distributing across the landscape and moving from those summer maternity roosts into their winter, what we call hibernacula, which are basically a place where they can go, wait out the winter in the cold months and become much less active. So
that's really cool. That's not a word I'm familiar with. Hibernaculum is maybe the singular. Here. Hibernaculum in zoology. Very cool. Latin tent or winter quarters is a place in which an animal seeks refuge, such as a bear using a cave to overwinter. I'd never heard this before. That's super cool. I just learned something. Pretty nifty. Word can be used to describe a variety of shelters used by many kinds of animals, including insects, toads, lizards, snakes, bats, rodents, and primates of various species. Pretty neat. Yeah. I wonder if those, there's some gray bats there. Indiana bats. And there we go. Yeah, the garter snakes. Garter snakes famously form large aggregations in their hibernacula. If you haven't seen this in real life, and a few of us have, you've probably seen it on the side of, a U-Haul truck. Yeah. Emerging from winter dens, aka hibernacula, 150,000 red-sided garter snakes begin mating and feeding rituals. Very cool. That's Manitoba. Well, well, well. That's pretty cool. Anyway, hibernaculum. Interesting word.
People might be seeing bats popping up where they haven't seen them before.
And they go, that's ours,
That's a good thing because the bats that we have in our area, all 16 species that occur in the Bay Area, which are native to our region, are insectivores. So they're eating things like mosquitoes and agricultural pests. No vampire bats here.
That's good to hear. Phew. I did read that perhaps there might be more insects out there this year because of last winter's rain contributing to the kind of increased bump in the bat population. Is there validity to that?
Yeah, that's a definite possibility. So yeah, of course, all that extra rain that we got last year, big winter, would definitely provide a big bumper crop of vegetation, which would mean that there are likely more insects out and about on the landscape than there had been previous years. So in general, probably pretty good for our bat population, but also worth knowing that a lot of bats worldwide and even here in California face a lot of threats like impacts from wind turbines, a disease called white nose syndrome that is can wipe out 90 to 100% of colonies, as well as habitat loss. So it's good to see that, people are noticing bats out of the landscape more right now.
Yeah, where are they right now? Are people seeing them on hiking trails? Are there places where they tend to congregate or hours where they tend to be spotted?
Yeah, so bats are nocturnal almost exclusively in our region. Every once in a while, you'll get an odd bat that's flying during the day. But typically, the best time to see bats would be around dawn and dusk when they're heading out and flying from their roosts. They can roost in the sides of buildings. They can roost in exfoliating bark and trees. And a really good spot to find them would be anywhere where there's water. So if you can find a pond or a stream near forest habitat, you might find bats flying along the surface and catching insects, and which could be a really exciting thing to see.
Oh my gosh, okay. Real quickly, we have time for, I'm gonna ask 2 in 1 here. Should we worry about rabies with the bats that we see here? And then before we go, I want you to tell me about the excitement over the naming of a California state bat.
Oh.
Yeah, so rabies is no joke. It's not something to take lightly, but I do want to say that often bats are kind of portrayed as, more of a cause of rabies than they really are. In the U.S., for example,
I think it's skunks are one of the biggest vectors of rabies in the United States. Bats are not they're not a significant vector of rabies to humans, as I understand it.
On average, 2 people a year contract rabies from bats. So it's not that common. So
wait, sorry, how many people
contract rabies from bats? U.S., for example, only on average 2 people a year contract rabies from bats. So it's not that.
So you're more likely to get killed by a vending machine in the United States than you are to contract rabies from a bat. Wow. Shoot. Oh boy, bad propaganda. There you go, confused Echidna. Yeah. You're more likely to die in a Black Friday Walmart stampede than you are to be killed by a bat.
That common. So if you're worried about bats and rabies, all you need to do is just avoid coming into contact with bats.
Don't pick up bats. Keep your fingers out of bats' mouths if you don't want to get rabies. It seems like a pretty easy thing to do. Yeah.
And real quickly.
And the state bat, yes. So the pallid bat.
And there you go, Shark Geek. Yeah.
Selected as the California state bat. They are an amazing species. They have kind of blondish hair. They eat things like scorpions. And we actually have one of the only known maternity roosts for that species on the San Francisco Peninsula on Mid-Penn Preserve.
Fantastic.
So a really cool bat.
Another reason to check it out if you can go hiking. Matt Sharp-Cheney, thank you so much. Really appreciate all that exciting information on the bat.
Very cool.
Take care.
Absolutely.
Happy Halloween.
Thank you.
Happy Halloween indeed. Now, do we have an official state bat now? Let's check this out.
Oh, I'm surprised. He just licked his lips.
California has a new state bat. The pallid bat.
You know, mammal.
Very cool.
You're gonna be a famous
moths?
pallid bat. He's like, I'm done.
Centipedes, scorpions, crayfish. Holy cow! They weigh as much as a pencil. Wow. Wingspan can reach up to 16 inches. That's impressive. Fans of the species have campaigned for California name it the state bat since 2017.
And when you are ready.
Took the 12-year-old Angelino.
Color is perfect for our golden state.
Naomi DeLesio.
Scorpions, one of their favorite meals. They're also one of the few bats in the world
make this happen. Very cool.
that are omnivores, as they also enjoy the fruit and nectar of cacti in California's deserts.
Very cool.
Pallid bat as the official state bat will help people recognize the importance of bats and will make them want to protect them.
I like that. Pallid bat numbers remain strong, even though a lot of other bats in North America have declining numbers. For a wide geographic range from Canada to Mexico.
They're very social bats, and pallid bats in different parts of the state speak to each other in different languages that we can actually tell apart, just like humans do.
Those are microbats. They do use echolocation. Megabats do not use echolocation. But pallid bats hunt in a unique way. They forage on the ground, listening for sounds of prey. Wow. Interesting. And they're good at taking off from the ground, something that's rare in bats. Bat also produces a foul odor from its snout to fend off predators. Interesting. And of course, they play an important role in the ecosystem. Huh. They eat bark beetles that are killing trees, including thousands of ancient bristlecone pines, the oldest trees in the entire world. Some of them like 4,000 years old, as I understand it. California's 36 other official state symbols, which include, state fossil and state dinosaur. I know these. Denim is the state fabric. Lace lichen is the state lichen. I didn't know we had a state lichen. Augustinolophus as the state dinosaur. Yeah. Nice. Very cool. Anyway, pretty neat. I didn't realize we had a state bat, but this just happened a couple years ago. Rather, 6 months ago. Well, well, well. Pretty cool. Bats are incredible animals, and I hope that you've got both a better understanding and a greater appreciation for these critters now, the chiropterans. Incredibly cool little mammals. Anyway, with that, we've been streaming for 5 hours at this point. It's time to wrap things up. So let's put a relative of bats under our credits here. This is Smilodon, fellow Laurasia as a member of Carnivora. And let's find somebody to raid here as our wonderful supporters start showing up here in the credits. Thank you to everybody who's about to be named in our credits here. From new followers to subscribers, cheerers, and gifters. Appreciate all of you. Thank you. We are going to go check out Melissa in Denial's stream, I think. What's she up to right now? Playing a game called Pharaoh's Curse. Let's go check out an archaeologist and Egyptologist. Say hello to Melissa. Thank you, everybody, here in our credits. Moderators, thank you for keeping this train on its tracks. Keeping this a safe and welcoming environment for everybody. Raiders, thank you for bringing new viewers here. It's important to the growth of this channel and our continued mission of science outreach and education. Thank you to subscribers for making all of this possible with your financial contributions. Thank you, everybody, including those quiet lurkers who, might not say much. I appreciate you and everybody else inviting me into your homes and places of work today. Thanks for talking about bats with me. Happy early Halloween, and have a wonderful evening. Tomorrow is National Fossil Day, so we'll be talking about fossils tomorrow. Imagine that. Anyway, until then, everybody, you take care of yourselves. Let's go see what Melissa's up to.